Good evening and welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. I'm your host, Kevin Castley. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Tonight, I wanted to talk about, just a couple of things. This is probably going to be a little bit shorter of a stream. I'm not planning on inviting anybody tonight. I noticed, an article talking about North Korea that was kind of interesting, and it goes back to the issues with liberal internationalism that we discuss all the time on this channel. It's an article on CNN that Biden administration started outreach to North Korea last month, but country is unresponsive. So we'll take a look at the article. So let's check this out. Yeah. I might discuss some other things too, but I wanted to take a look at this article first. Yeah, so we'll just remove the overlay. So this is by Arlette Sands and Zachary Cohen. The Biden administration launched a behind-the-scenes push last month to reach out to North Korea through multiple channels, the senior administration official has told CNN. But thus far, Pyongyang is being unresponsive. Quote, to reduce the risk of escalation, we reached out to the North Korean government through several channels starting in mid-February, including in New York, unquote, the official said. Quote, to date, we have not received any response from Pyongyang. This follows over a year without active dialogue with North Korea, despite multiple attempts by the U.S. to engage, unquote. Why are you trying to engage with a country that has every intention of doing nuclear blackmail against you to conquer your ally and ruin your reputation on the world stage and deprive you of superpower status? Seriously? I've talked about this for a long time now. North Korea, of course, is one of my primary interests, and it's apparent to me that this is a regime that, even if offered $100 trillion in good faith by the United States, doesn't even have the option to get rid of the nukes. Kim knows that would be a potential death sentence, and he has ambitions that go beyond any sort of mere deterrence, which in and of itself is unacceptable. He wants to conquer the South. His grandfather tried to do it, and the world stood up and said no, and 3 million people wound up dying, but the Hawks rose up and stopped Kim Il-sung. His dad put in place all of the infrastructure and the willpower to acquire nuclear weapons and oversaw the deaths of about 3 million of his own people in the process as a result of starvation in order to acquire those nuclear weapons. Kim Jong-un has inherited this, and he's not an idiot. He's not going to give it up. And I want to make it very clear. And I'm saying this not so much to the Hawks here tonight, because you guys obviously know what they're up to. More to any new viewers that might be listening or in the near future. I want you to understand, the only way to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula is to nuclearize our response. There is no, let's reach out and talk to them. What's that going to get you? The same thing that's yielded for decades. They get concessions, they continue enrichment and development of technology, delivery mechanisms, and you get fleeced and taken to the cleaners time and time again. Oh, but we have to do diplomacy. Are you suggesting war? Are you suggesting war? And I'm like, yes. What do you think I'm suggesting? In no uncertain terms, yes, I'm suggesting war. And in fact, I'm not even suggesting war. I'm obviously on the record here. I've been on the record since I started this channel. And of course, I've made this point for years. I mean, I started looking into North Korea shortly after they got nuclear weapons. Right around the time they got nuclear weapons, like in 2006. They know what they're doing. they're never going to give them up. They can't give it up for all the money in the world. That's not going to happen. So nothing that Biden or Trump or Obama would ever be able to offer them would ever actually yield any sort of denuclearization. So that raises the question, well, if we can't get them to denuclearize, what happens? I'll tell you what happens. They keep building up their arsenal. And the more and more they build it up, then the harder and harder it becomes to amass the political will to go in and do the necessary war to rid the regime of its menace upon the world. And people will say, oh, but Kevin, that would be nuclear. They'd wind up using nukes. Not sure if I have the meme here anymore, but I did have that General Curtis LeMay meme where it's like, but sir, that would require using nukes. And LeMay's just like, yes. Like, yeah, basically. Of course there's going to be nukes. They have nukes. It would have been better to take out the regime before 2006, but unfortunately Bush and Clinton didn't do anything about it. And now they have nukes. Well, I prefer to take them out before they get hundreds of thermonuclear bombs. Better to win a small-scale limited nuclear war that's localized to that theater than wait for a massive nuclear exchange that's intercontinental in nature. Obviously. Oh, but I sound crazy right now. Yeah, wait until the missiles are en route to San Francisco and Florida. Then everybody's going to be like, oh, shit, we should have listened to Kevin Castley. So, I mean, why would you reach out to them? They're a bunch of thugs and barbarians. These guys are responsible for 8 million deaths since 1948, the inception of the DPRK, as they call it, right? It's the worst dictatorship in the history of the world. What? Reach out to them. Unbelievably weak. I mean, so we gave limited credit to Joe Biden recently because he at least finally retaliated after Iran, through their militia proxies, attacked America on 3 separate occasions, not to mention our allies and everything else. He retaliated disproportionately in reverse, mind you. It wasn't even proportionate to what they did to America. He retaliated and finally did a strike against their militias once. And we're like, hey, like at least he did something. And, you know, it's not really a win for us. It's not really a win. But I'll say this. We mostly celebrated it because of how much it enraged and triggered the haters and traitors, the brainlet brigades. Because even that milquetoast, too late, too delayed, too little, too late response triggered them to the end of the earth. It enraged them. They were fuming and dooming. They were complaining about World War III and how they could have, like, they were just innocent anti-American militias, man. They were innocent terrorists, man. And Joe Biden, he's just doing the bidding of the neocon ghouls, man. So we celebrated it just to dunk on them, basically. But obviously, it's nowhere near enough. I mean, Joe Biden should have invaded Iran by this point. That's what I would have done. But, I mean, come on. I mean, they're about to get nukes. And now we go back to North Korea. North Korea already has upwards of 100 nukes. And they're not stopping. And they're going to continue and continue and continue until they have enough nukes that they feel confident that when they go into the South, they can say to America, look, you're not going to defend the South because if you do, you lose all your cities. Even if you intercept most of the missiles, you'll still lose them because we got so many thousands of warheads aimed at you. And at that point, even John Bolton would say, you got me. I could have done something if I had been elected sooner, but, you know, I'm not going to lose every American city to save Seoul. So that's what's going to happen. That's their plan. And I'm proposing that we take out the regime. We wipe them off the earth once and for all before they get anywhere near close to that. And, you know, say, oh, but they'll use nukes. It's like, yeah, but if you strike first, you can hit most of their nukes before they get off the ground. And the ones that get through, guess what? better to win a small-scale limited nuclear war than wait and lose a massive nuclear war. Simple as that, right? So let's continue with the article. The official did not provide further details of what the outreach entailed, but noted the administration has been conducting its interagency review of the United States policy towards North Korea, including evaluation of all available options to address the increasing threat posed by North Korea to its neighbors and the broader international community. Unquote. During the review process, the administration has consulted with former government officials with experience in North Korea policy, including some officials from the Trump administration, the official said. The U.S. is also being in touch with allies from Japan and South Korea. Quote, we look forward to completing our intensive multi-stakeholder policy review in the coming weeks, unquote, the official said. Yeah, we got Moon Jae-in in South Korea. Probably best to keep the South Koreans out of it. They're not loyal right now. Yeah. News of the outreach comes as lawmakers and the key U.S. allies are eagerly awaiting details about Biden's North Korea policy, which they expect will be announced publicly in the coming weeks when the administration has completed a policy review, according to multiple sources familiar with the internal discussions. Satellite imagery obtained by CNN reveals North Korea has recently taken steps to conceal a facility the U.S. intelligence agencies believe is being used to store nuclear weapons. What a surprise. Shocker, right? Of course, they're increasing their arsenal. Well, that's the article right there. In other words, North Korea is becoming a bigger and more serious and pressing threat, a greater danger. And what did Joe Biden want to do about it? He wanted to reach out. He wanted to talk. He's like, oh man, well maybe we could just talk, man. And I love how the North Koreans, they ignored him because they're even beyond the concessions at this point. They're like, well, we don't even really need concessions from the United States anymore. Like, we got this on lock. I mean, the only thing left, and it's been obvious for years, the only option left on the table is to preemptively strike them and destroy their nuclear assets before they can get off the ground and hit their command and control facilities. And then you follow up the first wave with a conventional incursion to annihilate the Korean People's Army and de-Juchify the country and over time incorporate it with part of the Republic of Korea. That's the only option here. Because if we wait, then the peninsula will be unified. Yes, it'll be unified under communism. And that is unacceptable. And I would prefer to deal with it now on our terms than wait for them to initiate the war on their terms once they feel they have enough nukes to blackmail us, where America can say, yeah, you know what? I know we had 30,000 troops there as a tripwire defense, but we're not going to, lose all our cities to save them. So they're just going to become prisoners of war. That's what's going to happen. And believe me, the South will surrender overnight. They don't have political will. They're weak. Moon Jae-in is a weak, communist, sympathizing Tulsi Gabbard fanboy. He's a loser. He's an embarrassment to our hemisphere. And he should be removed from power. This is the greatest danger facing the Western world right now, is the nuclear threat from North Korea. It is so much more dangerous than even the threat from Iran in terms of the grand ramifications of what it entails. Because the big threat with Iran is a relatively small nuclear attack against U.S. allies in the region, which would immediately be met with the destruction of Iran and the destruction of their proxies. North Korea, on the other hand, if they get away with this, it will destroy the U.S. as a superpower, because all of a sudden NATO will realize all you have to do is have nukes, big nukes, and then go in, and then America won't have your back because America would be scared. Now, people have said to me as well, but Kevin, there's a like you don't think that the U.S. would make good on its word and actually uphold the security guarantee and accept their retaliation or whatever? There's a chance that the U.S. would. Like, let's say hypothetically, North Korea has 1,800 nukes. They've got the delivery mechanisms, and the U.S. has improved their efficacy of the ground-based interception systems, which right now have a 40% success rate. In other words, 60% of the nukes get through right now to hit America. Let's say they improve it to 60%, so 40% of the North Korean nukes get through. And they say we got 1,800 nukes ready to go. We got 1,000 aimed at America right now. We're going to go in, take the South, and you're not going to go in. You're not going to do anything about it. But the American president says, no, we have a security guarantee. Deal with it. And so they basically call North Korea's bluff or whatever. North Korea decides to go through with it. They fire off about 1,000 nuclear weapons to the United States. 60% get shot down before they can reach U.S. cities. The U.S. still suffers 400 warhead strikes. The U.S. does come to South Korea's aid and does win the war. The war is still winnable. North Korea uses, roughly half their nukes in the theater against Japan and U.S. Assets in Guam, South Korea, etc. And they use about the other half targeting the United States and potentially military assets in Canada and potentially even, U.S. allies as well. So in that case, you had about 1,800 nukes get fired. Most of them get through. But America does defend South Korea. Is this a win for us? You've lost most of your cities at this point. Most of your military bases are out of commission. We're talking like potentially thousands of megatons of yield has been released over the course of a few hours by the North Koreans. And yes, the regime would be buried if America stayed the course and said we're going to, uphold the security guarantee with the South. Why should we wait for that to happen? Like, that's the best case scenario, where America does stand up for South Korea. South Korea and America are largely destroyed. North Korea is wiped off the map. It's still a victory. But why? Why would we wait for that? Why not destroy them now before that becomes a possibility? I don't get it. Like, again, I've said it before. If I was the president of the United States on day one, they're done. They're done. Like, the missiles are out the tubes of the submarines in the first 15 minutes of my administration. It's mushroom clouds over North Korea. So I'm not taking that chance, because your options are either they force the South under communism for 20 million years, or you do stand up for South Korea and you lose most of your cities in the process. Why? Why not just take them out before they get that many nukes to actually be in a position to do that? Because if their bluff works, it's a loss for America. And if their bluff fails, it's still a loss for America. But nobody has the political will to wage a small-scale nuclear war to prevent a large-scale nuclear war. Oh, but people would die, and you get blamed for the people that died under your watch, but you won't get blamed when they nuke your entire country down the road. You'll be absolved of guilt because you didn't nuke them. It's like, I don't care. I don't care. Like, if somebody said to me right now, would you want to be responsible personally for 100 deaths to save 10 million people, or not personally be responsible for 100 deaths, but then those 10 million people die in 10 years? Oh, 100%. I would just kill 100 people. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, I mean, seriously? And again, we're not talking about random innocent people or whatever. We're talking about the North Korean strategic forces. We're talking about command and control facilities in North Korea. The idea that you would prefer to buy a few years of quote unquote peace so that they can build up their arsenal the way that Hitler did and then start the war on their terms and get potentially tens of millions more people killed than would die in a small-scale nuclear war with them is ludicrous to me. It's insanity. And when I saw this article earlier, I knew I wanted to talk about it. There were some other things that I wanted to talk about too, regarding some absolute grifter over on Twitter. But, I've talked about him before and everything. And I think, as I realize it now, I think this stream is going to stand for itself, talking about North Korea. I do think, I'll take a look at the chat. I find this idea that there is any peaceful negotiation process with North Korea to be completely absurd, because you have to think about it from Kim's perspective. Like, I like to play devil's advocate. Kim Jong-un literally can't make a deal with Biden to give up his nukes. If Biden in good faith said 100%, like, I'm legit, bro, I'll give you $100 trillion, just give up the nukes, that would be a financial win for North Korea. Kim can't do it, because if he does it, then he's vulnerable again. So there's literally no way that he can give up the nukes, even if he liked what Joe Biden offered and said that's a good deal. He can't do it, because there's no point in becoming a 100 trillionaire as the leader of North Korea when you might be dead in a couple years because you don't have your deterrent anymore, rather than keeping your deterrent and still having the $15 billion that Kim does. So if I told you, would you rather have a very high chance of dying but be a trillionaire, or get to keep on living and have all the power and everything but only have $15 billion? Here's the correct answer. $15 billion is still a lot of swag. So I'd rather be a billionaire and continue holding on to power than be a trillionaire and be vulnerable. That's Kim's calculation, because he's actually a pretty rational actor in that sense. And he's rational in the context of an irrational regime. This isn't like some compliment or some moral praise of Kim. He's a successful dictator. A successful dictator is disgusting and vile and needs to be removed from power. But he's not an idiot. And he's not going to take anything that Biden would have offered, anything that Trump would have offered, anything that Obama would have offered if it requires him to give up his nukes. But there's no peaceful outcome here. There's no worthwhile outcome that doesn't result in denuclearization. But I've already told you denuclearization is impossible. So then the question is, what do you do about it? Well, obviously, the longer we wait, the more nukes they'll have, and it becomes harder to deal with them. So why not take them out now? You'd say, why not take them out 10 years ago? Exactly, but it's too late now. Better late than never. Because, again, they're not even going for what China's doing. China's done this minimal deterrence thing where they hold on to 300 nukes because it's cheap. It's enough to basically deter any invasion on their country itself, but it's not enough to have anywhere near parity with America or Russia. But they feel that they don't need it because they can defend their country themselves. Once they start getting way more imperialist than even now, which is mostly in a neo-colonial context, once they actually start doing regime change wars around the world to prop up communist dictators, they will, mark my words, they will build up their nuclear arsenal. North Korea is not interested in minimal deterrence. North Korea, unlike China, where China, over the course of this, their nuclear arsenal is largely being a defensive force to ward off a potential invasion from Russia or the United States. The North Korean one exists to blackmail America so that they can take South Korea and that America won't do anything. Now, once China switches its strategic doctrine over to, this away from minimal deterrence over towards parity, then there is a chance in that too that they will seek to blackmail America into letting them take Taiwan and not come to Taiwan's assistance. This is why I've been very clear that once it becomes apparent that China's moving towards building up more and more nukes to try to get close to America, at that point you have to take them out. Like, at that point you have exhausted the window for economic solutions, and I've argued there are many economic solutions that you could take against the regime, but that at that point you're better off biting the bullet and winning a small-scale nuclear war where they can't really hit your mainland, and most of the warheads are either shot down or detonate in the theater around them, than being like, oh, we're just going to wait for them to get 8,000 in 10 years. That's stupid, because now the slightest thing goes wrong, even a miscalculation, and you've lost 150 million of your people in an afternoon. That's unacceptable, and we have to destroy them before they're capable of doing that. So I will take a look at the chat, though. So again, this is something that, if I was writing for CNN, I would have noted this about North Korea's intentions. I 100% would have noted that. So, I mean, this is the problem. They'll say things like, well, North Korea, they'll close that article by saying, hey, look, North Korea is moving it in towards even more of a step towards increasing their nuclear arsenal. And then that's that. Why not give some prescriptions? I don't like how neutral and unprescriptive CNN is. I wish they would straight up say, hey, look, Biden, don't sign a deal. That's stupid. Like, they can't denuclearize. The only way that they denuclearize is by forcing it with military force. So, oh yeah, why it's here? Yeah, bombing Iran. You see, Iran is another one. Now, the good thing about Iran is that the window on Iran is before they even get nukes. With North Korea, it's before they get huge yield H bombs that they can mass produce and deliver to America. They already have small nuclear weapons like Hiroshima-sized bombs. They've got a lot of those. We're trying to stop Iran from getting those. There's still time to act on Iran where it wouldn't require any sort of nuclear war. But that window is running out, and I don't think I was going to say Obama. I don't think Joe Biden has it in him to take Iran out before they get nukes, so they pass nukes along to their proxies. Alex R. says, I'm a neocon, but a nuclear strike doesn't seem pragmatic and effective. Let's say you didn't do a nuclear strike and you did a purely conventional strike. I don't believe that you would be able to guarantee the destruction of their hardened facilities. And I don't believe that you would be able to guarantee the highest degree of confidence that you took out their strategic facilities and whatnot before they get off the ground, their mobile launchers, etc. It is possible. Now, I've said this before. It's very possible that you could achieve the same aims as a nuclear strike with, a basically tactical level yield against their stuff. That you could do that with conventional arms alone. That is possible. The problem is, what do you think they're going to do after that first conventional wave? Well, they'll fire off the nukes that survive. Once they've fired off nukes that survive, that necessarily precipitates a U.S. nuclear response. You nuke U.S. bases, you nuke U.S. assets, you nuke U.S. allies like Japan and South Korea. The U.S. is going to retaliate with nukes. So it's probably better to initiate the strike in the first place to guarantee with as high confidence as possible that as few of their stuff even gets off the ground. And I don't believe that a purely conventional approach would be sufficient to do that. Now, I will say this. I'm open to having my mind changed on that. But what I will say is 100% guaranteed, if you go conventional to start with, they're going to use nukes. You will have to retaliate with nukes. So nukes are being used by the United States no matter what happens. The question is it in a retaliatory context or is it in a preemptive context? I would argue that if it's in a preemptive context, they'll have fewer nukes that get off the ground than if you went in with a fully conventional approach. That's my argument there. Now, it is possible, it is definitely possible that you could ignore their nuclear retaliation and not respond with nukes, but I highly doubt that that would happen because once an enemy has used nukes against you or your allies, it becomes very incumbent at that point to respond in kind. to show that you actually seriously mean business, and as a signal to the rest of the world, to the Russians, to China, to everybody else, that that you are serious about your nuclear arsenal, because otherwise they would think it's just for show. But that's basically what I have to say about that. But that would be an interesting debate. Reese said before he thought that an interesting debate wouldn't be like one of these debates with Burns, where Burns is against doing anything about North Korea. And I'm arguing for a preemptive nuclear strike about North Korea. I 100% say, yeah, it's a pretty extreme solution. And I've even said before, part of the reasoning for bringing this sort of thing up is just to get a dialogue even happening that's in anywhere near towards a hawkish direction, as an attempt to move the Overton window back in a normal direction. You could do a conventional strike, and I am aware that the U.S. does have some bunker busters that can penetrate pretty deeply. I'm not going to debate that North Korea won't use nukes, though. I mean, the idea is, how do we take out as many as possible before they get off the ground? Because once they get off the ground, there's going to have to be a nuclear response anyway. Because you can't just ignore somebody nuking you and then not respond with nukes. Because then that tells the rest of the world, like Russia and China, oh, you're too scared to use nukes. That can't happen. So I'm actually going to pass an invite along to a couple people. So yeah. Okay, so we do have a couple people joining us tonight. Just gonna send. I'm just sending a message in the private chat first to you guys that are here right now. Okay, so we have joining us this evening. We have Big Ego Rigo, and we have Wyatt. So let's go. Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Not too bad. I'm surviving. I bought a new mic, so I finally have decent audio quality.
Oh, that actually sounds pretty good. What kind of mic did you get?
Oh, I got I think I got Blue Yeti Nano. I was gonna go for the original, but I was like, look, I'm not exactly starting a radio program, so I don't need something fantastic. I just need something that's serviceable. Although I'm not even in the greatest room right now; it's a little echoey. I need to put up some, some soundproof foam.
Oh yeah, no, it sounds pretty good. I've got the Blue Yeti over here. I've been using that since I started the channel, though in the early days I was a boomer and had it backwards. We got Reese.
What's up, bro?
Yo, we're just talking
every
about
podcaster and their Blue Yeti, am I right?
Yeah, I know, it's a big meme. So I was talking about North Korea. Okay. So I invited on
Wyatt Claypool.
I invited on Wyatt Claypool tonight, but he ditched, and now his twin brother's here. His name is Riot Claypool. He's a card-carrying certified member of the elite division of Antifa, and he's ready to burn down some courthouses in Portland. So,
well, yeah, we gotta overthrow the capital state for the Juchi Masters.
Oh man, so Riot here is actually a fan of North Korea because he's like an anarcho-communist and stuff. So we got Riot tonight. So this is interesting. So we got Juchi. Reese, are you pro Juchi or anti Juchi?
Very, very neutral on the Juchi.
Neutral, yeah. You can't tell. Like, I don't know, man. They're like both states and stuff. So yeah,
balanced as all things should be.
Yeah, no, it's Riot Claypool here. By the way,
clearly Juchi ideology is the best, considering that it's been around in North Korea the longest. And look at South Korea switching up political parties every few years, like a bunch of democratic morons.
No, that's actually true because they've had elections that have like switched parties in South Korea. It's always been the Korean Workers' Party in North Korea. So, like, how do you explain that? I mean, they've survived longer. So,
See, South Korea's got no integrity.
no integrity, man. No consistency. They're just a bunch of flip-floppers, man. Just a bunch of flip-floppers. Reese, what do you make of the flip-floppers in the South versus the die-hard, consistent, what is it, monolithic will of the great leaders in the North?
And they just don't know what they want, man. Maybe they need a strong man after all.
Well, as we know, Asian people for some reason are not allowed to be democratic. It just doesn't work there, as I've been told recently.
Yeah, it's just their culture, man. They can't handle democracy, is what I'm told. So.
Well, if you think about it, democracy didn't start in Asia, so clearly, it's something that really only the Greeks should have democracy. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, and
everyone else is a pretender, an appropriator.
That's right. It's kind of like imperialism. Like imperialism is something that only Europeans in America can do because, like, they invented
and racism,
and racism too. That's right. And yeah, that's right. So
you can't have racism if you just make every single person in your country's borders the same race.
No, that's true. That's true.
How
it's
can
like
Han Chinese people be racist to other Han Chinese people? Clearly, other races being in China is the problem of racism.
Yeah, like all these triggered people out there who talk about racism and try to solve racism, but like, here's the thing: we wouldn't have racism if it was all just one race. Think about it. It's like, and before John Derbyshire actually shows up in the chat and says like, "Oh man, I just got here, never seen this channel before. These guys sound red pilled," like, or like Richard Spencer. Okay,
you could probably get him, honestly.
Richard Spencer. Oh, that's right. He doesn't he's irrelevant now, isn't he? Like what was the last high profile thing he actually did? Like I didn't forget he exists. Like he's kind of a meme, but who takes him serious still? Like don't even the neo-Nazis think he's a joke at this point?
Yeah, no, they split from him in a big way. The last thing I saw him, even with anything of note was he was on CNN for a segment where basically they just brought him on to try to portray all Trump supporters to be like Richard Spencer. But no, that was a while ago. I guarantee you could get him, honestly.
I'll just email him. Just be like, "Yo, Richard, heard you're irrelevant now. Want to come on the
show?" You looking for clout, bro?
Yeah, looking for clout, bro. Oh man,
my entire career has been leading up to this moment.
Yeah, imagine he actually came on. I'm like, yeah, joining the show tonight, we got Richard Spencer here, and everybody's just like, who the hell is this?
Oh, that actually might have come after that. The last high profile thing he did was that leaked recording of him spurging out after Charlottesville. Yeah,
that made me like him for meme reasons, because that was the funniest thing I've ever heard, with him like screaming.
It was pretty good.
It was like he was a jock in a high school film. He's like, "We're going to go there. We're going to ritualistically humiliate them." And like he did this
yes,
he
had the voice. What do you call it? Like the high pitched voice thing. Yeah, the voice cracks. And he also said he's like, no, they need to bow down to a face like mine. He sounded so triggered. And you're like, dude, aren't you supposed to be like the master race or something? Why is your voice cracking?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing thinking that he actually thought it was going to go a different way. Like that protest, he was like, we're going to start a revolution, man. I don't even know what he wanted. But he was just like, he was mad that they got kicked out of the park like 30 minutes early. Like, I'd love to see that guy react to like going to Disney World and having to like sit in line for more than 5 minutes.
No, this is oppression. I'm white. I should get to go ahead of the line, man. He's like, what are you doing? You're letting in all these minorities. It's like, yeah, we want to make money.
I feel like Richard Spencer is the type of person who's like terrified of 23andMe because he doesn't want to find out that he's like at all non-white.
Yeah, can you imagine he does like 23andMe and he's like 0.08% Jewish? Immediately, like all of his supporters are just, oh, they're done. Like, well, wait, does he still have supporters? Like, I'm not exactly sure. Like, I haven't really kept up with him. Is there any unironic Richard Spencer fan that's out there that's stuck with him? Or
Oh, probably Nick
certain.
Fuentes likes him secretly, which is really funny when Nick Fuentes only will secretly like you.
yeah, Nick Fuentes is embarrassed by you. It's like, because that guy endorses all kinds of insane people publicly, but he can't endorse Richard Spencer. That's pretty good. I mean, imagine being Richard Spencer right now, actually. I mean,
I wonder if Cassandra Fairbanks would like him, or if even she has like
yeah.
some sort of standards.
She'd totally like him.
Yeah, Cassandra's Fairbanks.
Like, why wouldn't she really?
There's sort of like honestly, there's a continuation of people where if you slowly, I don't like that stupid like thing about how, oh, like there's like a Republican funnel to Nazism. Like clearly no, but there seems to be a very specific funnel of people where you can actually become like a white supremacist. Not that it's like if you listen to one, you're going to, just that there's like, if you sort of walk down the trail, you'll eventually get there, like Michael Cernovich and then Cassandra Fairbanks, because they sort of like ride in the same car where they essentially have the like the economics of Bernie Sanders and then the social values of Stefan Molyneux. And then if you can go from there, then you can go to Nick Fuentes. And then if you become a Nick Fuentes fan, at some point you're going to turn into like the radical words like Nick's not going hard enough. And then you like pretend like you're a fan of like Richard Spencer, who at this point is like, it'd be like being a fan in Canada of Paul Frum. It's like no one cares what he's doing. He's only now a weapon where if you happen to be in the same room as Richard Spencer, there's going to be a report on it, even if you like don't know him.
No, that's right. And like the thing is, it's like, he obviously goes beyond just like right-wing figures. I mean, because I would argue Tulsi Gabbard is a part of that. And that's the thing, is that it's an economic left thing as well.
Tulsi Gabbard feels more like you're going down the trail of moral relativism.
That's right.
She's not a direct insertion into like you might not like Cernovich if you like Tulsi Gabbard. Like there's a good chance you're not going to like him, but you're still sort of in the community of people who can say like, well, who are we to judge?
Yeah, you could say, well, he's anti-war and Tulsi's anti-war, so maybe he's onto something. Maybe I'll listen to him on this other stuff. And, because some of those people that get into the Nazi stuff are actually like pretty far left wing. Like I'm not talking like David Pagman left wing. I'm talking far left, and they get into that. So, I'm talking like Riot, Claypool left.
I think you have to do an extra bit of mental gymnastics in order to stay on the left and anti-establishment for a couple of reasons. One, because, kind of mainstream political culture it moves more left-wing progressively each year. And also, I mean, I don't see how you could, it's a hard case to make when your entire platform is bitching about the establishment, but then you say, oh no, we want to be the new establishment and we want to tax you. And then we're going to handle, taking care of everyone. I think you have a much easier time if you're like a small government on the right type of person, railing against the establishment. It's just less to explain, really. It's less apologism for the state.
I think one problem that the right really has is that it's very easy to get popular on the right as long as you show up to protests. You sort of like, oh, I'm standing up to the man sort of garbage. Just because like for some reason people on the right, and maybe it's just because I find right wing, especially in Canada, I'm thinking a lot of Canada right now, that because there's a lot of flaky conservative politicians, so many people are willing to follow like the most tattooed up, like spurging like weirdo ever, as long as they spout enough like anti-government nonsense. Like there's so many sovereign citizens that are getting popular in Canada right now simply because the Conservative Party is just extremely weak.
It's a good argument for having a stronger moderate conservative base in political party, obviously for the conservatives in Canada, GOP here in the States, it can do a lot to move people away from radicalism. And because you really can't rely on people's common sense, people's critical thinking, because I think it's kind of inevitable when you gather people en masse, they are going to radicalize. They're not going to be these well-reasoned, oh yes, let me sit down and really ponder that over and come to a measured conclusion. No, like that's not what people. Have you met people? People aren't like that.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say on the left, I think you get the other phenomenon where on the right you get people who will go out for the guy who yells the loudest and looks like the most freaking hickory smoked. No, I mean like the type of people who get up on stage and they're still wearing. They look like they're always camping, wearing plaid with like a really big like hillbilly beard. For some reason, that gets real.
Yeah, always camping me.
Yeah, they gotta camp between protests they show up to and like yell about how the government's illegitimate. But on the left, you get a different phenomenon where I find like the people who are anti-establishment gravitate to sort of like the Vosh types, the people who throw out words that they don't know the meanings of, the people who just act like hyper intellectual, like they've just grown up in some sort of French communist cafe.
No, see that's the thing though. That's the thing is that it does go back to like that tweet by Meisner where he was saying how like neocons are dead or whatever. Like your future is with liberal internationalists or whatever. Like because here's the thing, like he's speaking to conservative people. They're not going to become liberal internationalists. Like I mean, of all the movements on the right to criticize, you probably would want to criticize neocons last. I mean, the thing is, you have to have you have to have an opposition party. Like even if let's say you vote Democrat all the time, it's literally in your interest to have the Republican Party be normal and have a chance at winning each time. Otherwise, if they don't, then your party's going to increasingly look more and more like the Squad. And then eventually the Squad's going to be deemed too corporate and too right-wing. And it'll just go off the deep end until eventually the competition returns. I mean, I don't like one-party systems. Like, even if I like one party, I don't think that party should be the only one that has a chance at winning, basically. Because what I liked about that party is probably going to dissolve that. So... but I'm just like a dirty centrist or whatever.
Kevin, but I've been told one-party states represent the people better somehow.
That's true.
As long as it's a party of the people.
Yeah, well, they have the Korean Workers' Party, for example, so that's workers. So,
and if you think that they want liberalism, you're just being abstract, and I'm not going to acknowledge your point.
No, that's true. That's true. People who want liberalism are just atomized and they don't have any concrete basis. They're just living in dreamland, man. The idea of human rights and democracy and private property and everything, that's just bourgeois false consciousness, man.
You didn't put enough words from the thesaurus in there. I only give that a D+.
That's true.
You should have worked cessationalism in there for no reason, and also talked about how there's a false consciousness to the proletariat middle class.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Reese, you're better with like words and definitions and grammars and all that kind of stuff.
I know all about definitions, man.
Yeah.
I'm always asking them. Like, what's
always asking them. Yeah, like, can we get a definition on that one? And it's kind of funny because definitions. Here's the thing about definitions that a lot of people probably don't realize this, but to some people, definitions can be draining. So,
Yeah, very. I mean,
I'm actually just looking up examples of like good political word salad.
Oh, you got to throw in. In political word salad. You got to throw in establishment. You got to throw in elites. You got to throw in the people, and you got to throw in. You definitely got to throw in there. What's the other one? Oh, how are you going to pay for it? That's Kyle's one for sure.
You also just have to throw in a bunch of isms for no reason, like deconstructivism, or whatever. Just make up your own isms as you're talking and just pretend like just throwing ism on the end of something makes it more complex.
Oh yeah, like warmongering.
Institutionalism.
Yeah, and systemism.
Systemism. I'm
And
gonna
then
need a
just call-
definition for that.
I
And
mean,
then just call yourself anti things that you think that you don't like. Like, we're anti-systemic, man.
we're anti-systemic,
fighting-
Riot. We're anti-systemic here at this channel. We are anti-systemic. We are opposed to systems, man.
I'm opposed to operating systems. Computer just immediately shuts down.
Yeah, just like done. Yeah. No, but like all
You're
systems,
anti-system 32 at this channel.
all systems serve the establishmentism. Think about it. Yeah, Eric's right. The systemic systems of structural institutions. Man, I wish Devin was still on YouTube. I mean, he had some good memes.
Yeah, now if you're poor, you don't get to see.
That's right. You gotta pay $10 a month to
And you're going to be giving your money to Gavin McGinnis.
To Gavin.
So that's a moral quandary for every individual to ponder on their own.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like, I mean, there is demand. There is demand. A lot of people are subscribed to Censored TV. I haven't done it yet. Maybe one day I'll make the leap. I do like Devin Tracy, so you know.
I am, but honestly, I've kind of been bad about keeping up.
Oh, you actually subscribe to it? Is it still $10 a month, or did they increase it?
I'll have to check. I think it is.
Oh man, yeah. Because that's the thing with those like
I'm
subscriptions.
just burning my money, man.
Yeah, with those subscription services, it's just like Amazon Prime or something. Like, because some people have Amazon Prime because they're like, oh yeah, I'll get that fast shipping, and then like only use it like 2 times a year, and you're like, well, that was a waste of money. Like I've actually, I like in the last year, I found Amazon to be pretty good, and actually their prices. Like I know a lot of people complain and whine and moan about Amazon and how Amazon's screwing over the working people. I'm a working person. My purchasing power is increased because of Amazon. Because if I go to the local superstore or something, and let's say I want to buy like a pack of like energy bars or whatever, on average, I'm going to be spending $12 on Amazon, and you have for $8. That like even the cheapest, like even Walmart can't compete with that. There is 50% more.
Are you a true member of the proletariat? Do you buy no name brand?
Well,
those ugly yellow boxes all over your house.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing, though, is that Amazon's doing something right. And I hate this argument that people make about how Amazon and Walmart are bad for the working people, when it's like, oh yeah, let's just get rid of them and have it cost the working people 1/10 of their day's wages just to buy a can of tuna or something, because the only places that they can go to are like these gourmet, specialized, upper middle class grocery stores and stuff, where people shop that don't want to be seen shopping at Walmart, basically. I mean, I hate the anti-Walmart sentiments that are out there, because it's like a lot of those people that'll have that attitude, you might think, well, they're not against Walmart because they see it as dirty. They just think that like Walmart pays low wages and stuff. It's like, no. A lot of them are like straight up actual champagne socialists. Like they have their cliques, their book clubs and stuff, and they don't want to be seen at Walmart. But, you know, they have all the rhetoric and everything of like solidarity and stuff. They just think that the working people are dirty and Walmart's dirty. You know, that's kind of the attitude, right?
Well, did you ever see that study that was sort of interesting where they found out? I'm not sure if maybe this is really old, but I remember hearing it about like from like the 90s or early 2000s. That the type of people who are actually buying sort of, I mean, like how every grocery store has their own no-name brand sort of stuff, where it tends to be from like a white label company, and it's a very generic product that's probably sold in like 20 different grocery store chains, but they all are like named after some generic thing in the store, even if they're all from technically the same white label company. They found that people who are wealthier tended to buy those cheaper, more mass-produced items, and whereas people who were like less well off ended up buying more like name brand stuff, like Doritos, rather than just like tortilla chips or something like that. And it was because like people naturally making things cheaper, like the way Walmart does, makes people wealthier over time. It doesn't just make it's not like you're just like siphoning people's money off. Like people act as if somehow people are poor because of Walmart, even though that doesn't make any sense that they're charging you less money and somehow you're poorer.
Well, that's true. I mean, it's kind of the same thing with the millionaires. Like the average millionaire drives a 4-year-old car, and they hardly ever buy new cars. Where like the average middle class person has $600 car payment each month.
Oh,
So,
and that's what the whole no name brand sort of study was actually getting at, was that people who are wealthier didn't really care about depreciating assets that they were buying. They just wanted to sort of work. Like, of course, if you're very rich, you're going to have a nice car, but you're not going to be sort of swapping cars all the time. There's a reason why people who win the lottery tend to buy unnecessary amounts of things, because they think that wealth is these depreciating assets rather than buying like property and actually owning it.
well, yeah, then that's true too. I mean, but that's one of the things about you know, the lottery thing. This is kind of a trippy one, that people who win the lottery have a higher rate of going bankrupt than the average population. So, which is amazing.
And I can actually sort of see why, because the thing is, when you have so much money, you can't imagine yourself ever getting to the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
Just like each purchase probably like was this, and these people probably don't even realize that like that one purchase you made was like a 15th of your winnings. Like that's actually quite a bit of money. But the thing is that they're used to get like making $15 an hour and just spending $45 before they get home on stuff that they didn't really need, because they're like, well, I can afford it. It's part of my paycheck. I'm like, yeah, you should really try and be saving most of what you take in. Whereas like as soon as they get a lottery, like they win and they get a winning lottery ticket, they just see it as all disposable income until they're at like their bare necessities.
Well, like this is the thing. Like I consider, you know, the lottery to be basically, and I guess this is going to sound maybe a bit socialist or something, but I almost see it as a tax on the poor, because wealthy people don't buy the lottery. I think it was in Canada, almost 90% of those who bought lottery tickets, or like 90% of the revenue from lottery sales, came from people in the bottom 10% of income earners. So it seems predatory to me. And then they'll say how like, oh, well, the proceeds of this go to like subsidized universities or whatever. But it's like, okay, but most of those kids from that income bracket can't afford to go to those universities. So it seems like a redistribution upwards of money in the social strata. I don't know.
Also, subsidizing universities and subsidizing other public programs just make those programs more expensive, because you're making sure that everyone has an extra like $50 to use it.
Well, the thing is, for me, I don't like gambling, you know? I mean, I can see the fun in gambling, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't like the culture of it. I mean, at a minimum, what we need to be doing is making personal finance required in high schools. Like, I think that's the most important educational reform that we could do personally, you know? Because
gambling is predatory, but I guess the real question is, what would you want to do about that? Besides,
I could see like
educating people.
I could see having a cap on how much you can, like how many lottery tickets you could purchase at a time. Like you can only purchase at max 2. So then it's like, well, unless you're willing to literally drive around to different gas stations all day long, in which you probably don't want to do that because it's annoying, you will find something else to do. Or it's like at a casino, there's only so much you can bet, because we're not in the business of making people bankrupt.
Because there were people, they found that, and I'll see if I can find that study at some point, because I wanted to do a video on it. And now that, you know, beginning tomorrow again, we're going to have like, you know, the premieres and everything going out too each day. I wanted to do a video for like the Wealth Pill series looking at, you know, the lottery, because I remember reading that, you know, of the 10%, like the bottom 10% who spent like almost 90% on the lottery, it accounted for, it was something like 6% of their annual income. And you're like, but these people have the least disposable income of anybody in the country. So what's their actual disposable percentage? Probably like what, 15%? So if you're spending like 30% of your disposable income on the lottery in the hopes that you're going to get rich, well, is it any surprise that if you're one of the lucky ones that does make it, you're going to go bankrupt at a higher rate than the people who didn't win because you've never been taught how to manage money in any way, right? I mean, like, that's the thing. I mean,
I agree with you. What you've said in the past is that you should have to take finance classes from like grade 10 to 12.
yeah, grade
Mandatory
9.
and both
Grade
private.
9.
Oh yeah, both private and public. Because the thing is, people, I feel like they leave university even though they have good marks. They just have no conception of what like money actually is to a certain extent. They just think of it like, oh, I can buy stuff, like rather than something that you should be storing, and that's like a safety net. Like that's people who think that there should be a public safety net probably also do not think of their own finances as a safety net.
Well, that's the thing, and like
I can make my own safety net. What are you talking about?
I do support a safety net, though. Like, the thing is, it's like, you know, I think there has to be a safety net in society. I mean, I've been debating with the anarcho-capitalists and everything who they don't believe so. They don't think that anybody has a right to tax anybody. And I think that that's dumb. And I think that there's a hubris there where, you know, and I've talked about this a little bit recently, this idea that like, oh, well, you know, I don't personally need one right now. So therefore, like, let's not have any social safety net in society so I can avoid paying a small amount of taxes that would have gone towards that. I see that as a problem, but I do want to make it more efficient. And okay, Riot's gone. We got Ascendant Wyatt here now. It's like we had all four sides of the political compass Wyatt. I'm waiting for like ANCAP Wyatt.
I'll make it like a specific like, yeah, maybe a GG Wyatt at some point, or a SSNP Wyatt. I'll just be like, I'll be along with like Tulsi Gabbard. I'll do an edit in a day or so.
A worthy project.
But yeah, if there's anything else that you guys wanted to talk about, I was reading that article on CNN earlier, and I was like, because I was originally going to do the stream on something else. I wanted to talk about the Ian Stevens drama, and then I saw this. I'm like, what do you mean he was trying to reach out to communicate with North Korea preemptively? Like, what is that going to do? Because like, okay, like, here's the thing. Even if Kim's like, yeah, look, you guys are offering me a lot of money to get rid of the nukes, I that would be profitable to me. He can't do it. Like, they're never going to give up the nukes. Like, America could offer him $1 million trillion, and he can't do it.
Well, I think when people don't understand why the reason behind potentially nuking North Korea is they hear that and they assume like, oh, you're going to drop like a nuclear bomb in the middle of Pyongyang. It's like, no, that's not what you would do. That's silly. You would hit like you'd hit like a military installation that would then let you basically quickly overwhelm them in like a afternoon. Like, you're nuking them and then you're doing a quick invasion because you know that you have to be able to like basically eliminate their military right away and get to their like basically their concentration camps before they execute everyone. Doing a conventional war gives them time to line everyone up in those camps and shoot them all like they say that they will.
Well, they'll start that immediately. Like, that's the thing. They will start it. Like, most of the people in the concentration camps aren't going to make it out because of their own army. The problem is they have a lot of buried facilities where they store a lot of this stuff. And
yeah, but at the same time, if you do use overwhelming force, like, have you ever seen the those charts that they used to make? And I think it was like World War II, where they could actually chart out how much bombardment you'd need to do to a military to get them to surrender. And the thing is, if you do like a nuclear bombardment of their facilities, even if you don't destroy them, it's like everyone's going to be so shell shocked they might not be able to react, and that's when you can move in.
Well,
you need to at least give yourself a chance to save people, not this sort of like prolonged 1-year war where you slowly move them back and like keep moving them back, in which you'd probably cause a famine because they would start only giving food to the military.
Oh, yeah, it would have to be over very quickly. That's the thing about it. It would have to basically be like the Iraq War, 2 weeks. Except the difference is North Korea has a hell of a bigger military than Iraq ever had. So, like, and they have nukes. So it's like, that's the thing. I don't know. I guess I would ask you guys this. Like, let's say you did the first wave totally conventional. North Korea is going to fire off their nukes then. I see it as inevitable that then America would retaliate with nukes. So, but do you guys see it that way? Like, if
We're going to use nukes no matter what form of conflict we come into them with.
so, then why not use it first?
No,
and
that's
ensure
really
that they take out their stuff. Because, like, if you told me that there was a way that North Korea, in their retaliation against the first strike, with what they have left, nukes the U.S. bases in South Korea and Japan, and America doesn't retaliate with nukes, I would say, okay, they could do that within that conflict and still win. But what message would that send to Russia and China? Because even if America wins that war with North Korea and says, okay, you know, we're going to be the bigger guy here, we're not just going to retaliate with nukes because they nuked a bunch of our stuff. Then even if you win, now Russia and China know you're never, even after you get nuked, you're not willing to retaliate with nukes. All of a sudden, they got the go-ahead to really make some serious moves now because they know that you're not comfortable to actually retaliate. So that's dangerous. Like, there's nothing more dangerous than Elizabeth Warren in the White House, not John Bolton, because the danger, the security with John Bolton is that they know he might actually retaliate with nukes, so they're not going to try anything. With Elizabeth Warren, they know she won't. So what's the deterrent?
Got to keep that moral high ground. Am I right?
That's the thing. The deterrent, like, okay, the deterrent isn't just about what you have. It's about, does your enemy believe that you would actually use it? Because if they don't believe you would use it, you could have 100 million nukes and it's not going to mean anything. Like, they have to feel that you would actually use it if they attacked you, you know? Like, because...
Oh, but the people whining, like Kyle Kulinski saying, like, oh, they want to offensively nuke people. I'm like, well, you sort of need to, like, show the willingness that you might do it. Or, like, what's the point? Like, that's like saying that, like, oh, yeah, if you come to my house and you try and break in, I'm only going to shoot at you if you start shooting at me. Like, you're going to get robbed.
Oh, for sure. 100%. And it's like, that's the problem, is, like, I've argued that these people that they think that they're de-escalating the world. They think that by extending an overture, an olive branch or whatever, and saying, you know what, we won't do anything first, they think that they're going to, like, bring the world back down from its high temperature and bring everybody to a level head. What they don't realize is that they've just given the enemies every reason to turn up the heat because they know that you're feckless. So, for example, like, I'll say this. Let's say that I became president of the United States and I knew personally, under no circumstance, like, even if the Russians fired off 8,000 nukes at me, I don't ever feel comfortable nuking anybody. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to make it very clear. Hey, look, you nuke me, I'll nuke you twice as much, even if I know I'm not going to do it. Because otherwise, if they know I'm not going to do it, what's to stop them from doing it and getting a win? Like, because the Russians, they know that a nuclear war is technically winnable. You know, they've never gone with the meme of, oh, all nuclear war is unwinnable. They've been training to win a nuclear war for decades. You know, they have they lost 32 million people in World War II, and it was a victory for them. So they're totally comfortable with sacrificing a ton of their people if it means that they could achieve victory. You know,
well, the great irony is when we're arguing for first strike, it is, you know, almost exclusively for the express purpose of avoiding our people dying. We don't want to be put in this position where, oh, half our people are dead. Okay, now we're gonna retaliate. Now we better get Congress to vote on that, though, just in case. We need to keep things by the book. Am I right, guys?
That's right, Congress. I forgot about that.
Gotta get Congress.
Well, some people would argue, you know, I guess this would be a good question for you guys. Some people would argue to me that if you did it and you went in and you did a first strike against North Korea, conventional nuclear, doesn't matter, that China would get involved because they did back in 1950. Do you guys think that they would? Because I don't think that they would.
China's economy would collapse if they actually got into, like, a real war. They barely can service their own economy at the moment. I know people, like, cite the fact, like, oh, it's like, oh, like, America's on the decline and look how rich China is. I'm like, China has 14.3 trillion in terms of GDP, which is a lot of inflation, and America is at 21 trillion and it has far less people. And you're trying to argue that somehow China would be able to sustain a war. It's like, they would not. They probably, if they were in Afghanistan like America was, they would actually have probably problems at home. Because the thing is, the amount of money that they have to use to feed everyone with their terrible system and try and like supply their really crazy amounts of like fake growth. And you can tell it's fake because year on year, the growth is really all over the place. So it's clearly just how much money they could dump into building ghost cities that year.
No, you're right. It's a planned
They would fall
economy.
apart in an actual war where they had to send troops into North Korea. Like, let's just say it's conventional for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I actually think of like even if the U.S. nuked North Korea, I don't think China would actually fire off nukes because they would know that it would end them. And the thing is that they know that America has the moral authority in the world's eyes to nuke North Korea, where no one's going to be defending Kim. So China really can't retaliate in the same way everyone realizes, oh, you're willing to nuke someone over Kim Jong-un?
Yeah.
Let's take them down.
Well, I think personally that if America did a first nuclear strike against their strategic assets in North Korea, China would have a less chance of intervening than if it was purely conventional. Because if it's purely a conventional invasion, then they might think, oh, well, we'll send in some special forces to help out Kim and stuff, and it's all conventional and limited. But if America goes in and straight up like hits their launchers and hits their command and control facilities straight up off the bat, and it's these relatively low yield tactical nuclear devices, they're not going to get involved because they're like, oh shit, those guys would actually nuke us. We're going to stay out of that. I think that's part of the important part of it. I mean, when China got involved in 1950, for example, Stalin's like, hey, look, you want to prove you're like a big comrade, send in your guys to do all the dirty work, because Stalin didn't contribute troops, he just had some pilots. And they're like, okay. But if the US had nukes right in 1950, I'm not sure that Mao would have even sent troops in. He might have, but I actually think he would have had a lower chance of sending troops in if Truman had just, straight up used nukes in the beginning.
And Mao was in a position, or at least a state of mind, where he didn't understand that committing that much money and force into the war was going to probably have really bad reverberations at home. Because the Great Leap Forward was not soon after that, and turns out no one has any food anymore, and no one has any money left over or other resources that are useful, because we just donated them all to the military. Because that was also the second part of them melting stuff down to make steel. They also donated stuff to the military because the military was essentially just a charity at the time.
Yeah, I mean, this is the other question, that comes up, which is that let's say that America did a conventional strike against the North. I'm not sure I've ever asked this one, but some people would say, well, why would they have to respond with nukes? I personally believe that if it was clear that what America had done, I'm talking a big strike against their military, not just a small retaliation for some border skirmish, but straight up, it was clear that America was coming for the regime. I 100% believe that the Kim regime would fire off all the nukes that they were able to get off the ground. What do you guys make about that?
I mean, at that point, they'd have nothing to lose. They'd be like, well, we're gonna be tried for all our crimes against humanity. We might as well go out in a blaze of glory. Kim would probably pull a Hitler and just off himself.
The only thing I could see,
he'd fire the nuke first, right?
Oh yeah.
Only thing I could see potentially, either he just, and also he can sort of already destroy South Korea just by conventional means, because he has 28,000 artillery pieces just aimed at Seoul that can hit that. A couple volleys of that, Seoul just doesn't really exist.
Well, that's the thing. It's actually closer to 40,000, which is insane because it's and some people,
I think 28,000 currently pointing at Seoul, but there's probably more 40,000 along the border in general, because they also shell other stuff. But the thing is, I could see a situation where if you conventionally invaded, Kim would actually fight a conventional war with you for a bit, but he would essentially just use his nuclear weapons so that he could basically surrender and essentially pull a Napoleon and go live on an island. And he's you have to let me do that, or I'm going to launch the nukes. I want a helicopter. I want $10,000. I want a fake mustache, and you have to let me sit on you have to send me to Elba or something like that, or Saint Helena. I get to come back in a couple of years and I get to lose again. Then you get to send me to Elba. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think I got mixed up. Elba, then St. Helena. Anyways, but yeah, like I think mostly he would think that he was already dead in the water, and he'd probably just nuke someone just on the way out to show he meant it. Because I think he's a bit enough of a egotist that he would purely do it just to show he would, and then he'd maybe try and
Absolutely.
escape to China.
No, absolutely, absolutely. But here's the thing: I don't think that he would actually really be welcome in China. Like, I'm not a fan of Xi Jinping. I'm not a fan of communist China. But even communist China sees them as an unpredictable thorn that's kind of a pain to deal with. But they're better than having the U.S. on their border. Like, they would prefer to have a more loyal ally there than Kim. But
Well, yeah, I think he would probably escape and like he bribe his way in with like his gold or something like
no,
that.
he'd go to Russia. He'd do an Edward Snowden because Putin and him get along better than Xi Jinping. He'd go to Russia, I think, if he could.
Yeah, I think he would just probably, if he did escape, and this is like the 5% chance that he'd try it, even, and that's not even counting if he succeeds. But even if he did, he'd probably just like you would just never hear from him again because he would just be somewhere, and he basically had to pay to just sit in a mansion for the rest of his life, so in like the middle of nowhere.
And then he like pops up now and then on like Russia Today from like an undisclosed location to morally lecture the evil Americans on imperialism and stuff. And so
Kyle has him on his show, and
yeah,
just
and
talks about
Kyle's
how
like
hard done he was.
he's the legitimate leader of North Korea. This puppet president
There
of
was a
South Korea.
coup.
There was a coup. This was an illegal war. Kim is the rightful leader, and that's him there from exile in Russia. And he needs to come back, and he'll be greeted as a liberator by the people. That's what Kyle would do. Like,
Speaking of
Man, but
coups,
democracy doesn't represent the people. I don't understand.
no, that's right.
You understand this. It doesn't matter if they voted for them. Which part that a party can't represent the people as a entity, man.
That's right. And you know who can, though, are dictatorships like China. Because here's the thing: you might say China and North Korea, they're really bad dictators that are bad and they hold their people hostage and stuff. But think about it. You don't get to choose your parents. Think about it. Think about it.
I'm
Think
thinking.
about it.
Hanging a paper.
Wait, you're thinking? What are you, a nerd?
Stop thinking for yourselves.
Are you a nerd? Are you a nerd? Nerd.
Speaking of coups, did you happen to see the fantastic, in quotes, news coming out of Bolivia by chance?
Okay.
I do not, but I'm intrigued.
I didn't see any articles. I saw a headline about this. I didn't.
So I can't say I understand everything, but the reinstated socialist government under Morales, they are currently arresting everyone who was a part of the interim government.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And those
cracking down, man.
Yeah, no. I saw some headline, and it was in like one of the more like far left sort of circles or whatever, where they were celebrating it, as like the fascists are being detained.
Imagine doing that, because if there was an illegal coup, quote unquote, or whatever, in like an actual Western democracy, and then they let the party of the person that they overthrew because he took 3 terms instead of 4 terms instead of his allowed 2, and then they let the party that guy was from back into power. Like, most people would be like, okay, well, that makes sense. No hard feelings. Like, the fact that you're going after the interim government that even allowed you to come back in democratically just shows that you should have never been trusted. Like, I'm so pro coup in Bolivia right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's kind of that was the amazing part of that discourse, because it obviously wasn't really a coup and had barely had international support, not even on the level that the interim government or what should be the interim government in Venezuela had. But no, I mean, for real, there should be a coup in these nations.
Well, even last time, how many people died? Like, was there even a death? The thing is, it's not like Myanmar or Burma where like there's actually people just being killed now. It's like that was clearly them just saying, hey, like, Morales, get out of here. And that was basically it. And then he left. and they're like, okay, guys, we're going to do this for like a few months, then we're going to hold another election.
Yeah, clearly what a fascistic government would do, right?
I mean, here's the thing about Bolivia and everything. Though the people that are most strongly rooting for the Bolivian, basically almost communist, I guess socialist is a better term for it, elements. Ask them their thoughts on North Korea. Just so you can gauge what these people actually believe, because they'll talk a tough talk about democracy in Bolivia, but ask them about North Korea. Ask them about China. Ask
They
them
support
about
democracy when it's convenient.
yes.
I
Ask them
don't
about
understand
Hamas.
I don't understand the logical backflips that these people do, where somehow Fidel Castro is a freedom fighter, but just people removing Evo Morales for like a few months and then letting his basically puppet get into power because technically that's okay as long as you're not the actual president. That's somehow like flat out fascism. Not that these people will ever actually try and define fascism, because that would that would destroy it as a use. It's the use of the word for them. But like, I don't understand how these people can hold these simultaneous positions that, like, no, Fidel Castro represents the people, man. But then it's like, well, how does this military not represent the people when they overthrow the guy and then let them have another democratic election?
But it wasn't democratic. It was fascist, man.
It was fascist that they let Evo's party back into power.
See, that's the thing, though. A lot of the people that are supporting Morales, they're making the argument that that basically you shouldn't like necessarily make the same mistakes. That you should be more like a Stalin, more like just deal with the opposition, so they can't be the opposition anymore.
Well, these same people loved what's his name in Venezuela? Not Maduro. God before him. I'm terrible at names sometimes. But it was Chavez. Like, they loved Chavez, and they made apologetics for him every time he did something that was clearly anti-democratic or against Venezuela's like constitution, and he changed the rules. And they loved that. And then they just started disliking him right at the end when he went like really dictatorial, and then when Maduro like carried it on. I'm like, aren't you guys repeating the exact same mistakes with Morales? You were saying, no, it's okay if he breaks that rule and that rule. They're small rules. Who cares? It's just a process issue. And it's like, well, you're going
That's
down
one way
the
to put it.
It's just a constitutional thing, man. It's just the Constitution, man.
Dude, it's just the integrity of the courts, man.
Yeah.
You know what? Morales has too much integrity for these courts.
Yeah, that's a ticket.
It's just a border conflict, bro.
Yeah, between the border of Iran and Syria. So
no, it's amazing. Like it's such a small issue.
Operation
You're only supposed to
Barbarossa,
serve.
conflict.
You're only supposed to serve 2 terms, but he was going to start his 4th term, and that's somehow okay. By the way, we support democracy. By the way, these evil neocon ghouls, they say they support democracy, but they don't really. Because something about Pinochet, something about Saudi Arabia.
Also, democracy is bad, and it doesn't represent the people in this really stupid abstract way we've come up with in the last 5 seconds.
Yeah, and they support evil dictatorial regimes like Pinochet and Saudi and Israel and all those ones. So
not only though is for some reason it's good that China only has a one-party state that quote unquote represents the people as a group, as a collective, and not some sort of like collection of individuals. But at the same time, if you talk about democracy in your country, I'm going to start spurting out and talk about how there's still elections in China, because for some reason it suddenly matters to me, because I know it's sort of a crappy thing not to have actual elections, but somehow it's better because it's only one party, and ergo they're representing people more because it's all about the issues rather than party politics. One party state has no party politics, guys.
No, that's true. There's no partisanship. And you know what? You can't have any of these watered down, weak sauce, bipartisan corporate compromises if there's only one party. Think about it.
Look, man, they get stuff done.
Are there corporate Democrats in North Korea, Reese?
No.
There
are no Democrats.
Even better. Essentially, think of politics as like wife beating, in the sense that somehow it's good because there was no disagreement. as if like your household is not supposed to have compromises that people negotiate on. It's like, no. China's great because no one ever has an actual like philosophical disagreement with something someone does.
Things
Yeah,
get done.
And if they
man.
do, just beat them to death.
They get done real fast.
That's
in
what
China.
Trudeau said. He's like, man, they built solar panels, man. I admire their basic dictatorship. Solar panels. I don't know. Like, I actually think the solar panels thing is cringier than the literacy rates thing with Cuba. Like,
I wonder
mean,
how they got that solar
panels?
panel technology.
I mean, I tell you, you live in a democracy with hydroelectric, nuclear, and coal, or you can live in a dictatorship, which is almost all coal, but they've got some solar panels. Which one would you rather live in?
Obviously, China. I mean, come on.
Yeah, China, right? Because like they get.
There's no
done,
disagreements in China.
You're gonna get
get
kicked off the
stuff
stream
done.
and the Discord if you don't say China. Like, come on.
China.
They get stuff done, man. Like I mean, think about it. I mean, even their famines were more efficient than other countries' famines. Like the Soviet Union, what, they only killed like 10 million. China, they killed 40 million in 2 years. I mean, look at that efficiency, man. They get
Pretty
stuff
efficient.
done, man.
Speaking of that kind of Trudeau-esque rhetoric, I like Bill Maher. He's terrible on foreign policy. Don't even get me started. This new clip of his is trash.
I was
absolute trash.
I was talking to Kanzuk today, and I think we both agreed, like, well, this is completely stupid because you're comparing China's like one-party state in which they're just building stuff purely for just increasing the GDP in a different geography where people do not own cars to some random what was it? What kind of train? I'm really bad at this. Bullet train. They're making some bullet train in California, which there's no point in having because everyone owns a car in California. Everyone owns like 2 cars in California. There's a reason why the project went nowhere because there was no point for the project in the first place. Where China's building in their most major cities, big public works projects that they absolutely needed for a very long time because their transportation systems suck.
Yeah, like people talk about how China put, X kilometers of railroad online in the last 10 years and everything. And it's like, okay, but their bridges fall down when the wind blows. So I wouldn't want to ride on a train in China because, oh crap, there's a bridge coming up. I guess I'm going to have to call my loved ones because what if it's windy?
Hey man, you gotta have a little faith. You're going to be on a little adventure. It's going to be like a roller coaster.
But like that actually happens there. Like in Japan, that shit never happens.
We can work the Tucker Carlson thing, and it's just because China's more manly, dude.
That's right. They're so manly. They didn't read the instructions. They didn't read the blueprint.
Yeah, like a real man.
Yeah,
a real man doesn't read the instructions or ask for directions.
They were a real man, not a conservative.
Like,
they just put the concrete there and they lifted it with their bare hands and they put it down
like a
and then
man.
They put the tracks over it. They didn't need any of that foundation stuff. You know who builds foundations? You know who builds foundations, Reese? Nerds.
Freaking nerds.
These people who talk about stupid like determinism or whatever, it's like, oh, the Han Chinese people would have only ended up with the government they have because they're Han Chinese. At the same time, they won't take into account things that are far more rational, like geographical determinism. Like Japan had a good train system in the 30s, and they had like train cars from the 30s still on the tracks until like the 80s and 90s. And it was because in Japan it's very easy to make a good train system because it's a flat. When I say flat country, it's a little mountainous. But my point is, it's a very like long country in the sense you just have to go essentially one direction and then have small trains that sort of go like the width a little bit, and you can like you can make a really good train network in Japan in no time. But like if you're gonna make a train network, like in Canada, we're proud that we make a train from like one end to the other, and even then it's quite useless. It's pretty useless. Like it's good to get people out, like into different provinces, but it just saves them the walk because once you get there, you're never going to get back on the train again. You don't need to.
Yeah, no, Canada's huge. Like, I mean, the thing is, most of Canada too, though, is mostly uninhabited. But like Canada's massive, and the thing that's crazy is like, I mean, you think of like huge states in America. You talk about like Texas, for example.
Mm-hmm.
One Canadian province is going to dwarf Texas. So unless we're talking like Prince Edward Island or something, but like, because like Texas, yeah.
That would be like saying that, like, oh, Prince Edward Island has a fantastic public transport network, and it's like, yeah, because it's like the size of like half of Vermont. Of course, you can make it. Of course, you can make it a good public transportation system, and it's like, well, China has a far better public transportation system than California. Like, okay, one, everyone has cars in California, so why do they need to be on a train? Like, to save themselves like an hour by paying like a few $100s? Like, unless you're really rich, who cares? Two, China has like they have no alternative for transportation. Two, it's a much easier like country to build trains in because everyone's pretty much in the eastern part of the country, so it's very easy to service a lot of people. Where in California, it's like, well, that's great if you live in San Francisco or like I'm not sure where they were building it to, not Orange County, it was somewhere else, like somewhere more south. Unless you live in that very specific area, it's not that useful because California is like quite a big state. Even with all the people in, it's a far less populous dense area than like eastern China, which is like far smaller and has far more people in it. So of course, building a train is going to be like much more useful. And again, China needs to build stuff to pad out its GDP. So of course, they're going to approve projects and just go for it. I bet that train system, right, when he showed photos of it, it's going to look like garbage in 15, 20 years because it's probably a lot of just front. Like it's a lot of design to make China look good. It's probably not even well built when you actually go down to it. It's like sort of like those North Korean fake villages. Like, yeah, it looks nice, but it probably is not going to last very long.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They do the make work projects just to boost GDP. Like in America, GDP gets boosted because the market demands stuff. And if GDP goes up by 2.5% or 3% or whatever, you might say, oh, well, why not make it go up by like 15%? It's like because the market's what the market is. But in China, they're like, oh, well, we can actually get it to go up by 8% because we'll just like build a bunch of cities in the middle of nowhere and then let them rot and fall apart. But we boosted our numbers for the 5-year plan. I mean, it's such a joke. I can't take it seriously when people talk about how China has better economic growth than America. It's a joke economy. It's not a serious economy.
It's a slave labor economy.
Oh, but America has prisons, man. America has prisons.
That's right. Yeah. Totally the same thing. The other part of the other side of the rhetoric that we're hearing, it was evidenced in that Bill Maher segment, but I've seen it elsewhere, is so the narrative is that China is winning because China has growth and China has masculinity. We're losing because we have femininity and we have debates over woke topics. First off, that is like the most privileged thing I've ever heard in my life, where it's like, oh my God, my country has, an open discourse and people disagreeing, and that's bad. It's kind of like they're still complaining about like this Mr. Potato Head thing.
Yeah.
Where they probably didn't even mean for this to be a political stunt of any kind, and they got feedback and pretty immediate feedback, and then they were like, oh, okay, we'll change that. Do you think anything like that's ever happened in China?
Well, here's the thing about China. A lot of people, a lot of idiots, a lot of gullible people will watch the propaganda and think, oh man, China, they did a military parade and they got a lot of soldiers and stuff. Their army's fat and they're not very cohesive. And most of their training consists of reading dogma and Mao and Marx.
It turns out when you waste money building ghost cities and other public works projects that you either don't need or probably needed like 20 years ago, but finally have the money to spend on it, that a military doesn't get very good training and doesn't actually do very much. So they have to sit around just eating. It's really pathetic. And also, did you hear that argument recently of like, what would the Chinese do with freedoms? Like, why do you want freedoms? Why do you need rights and whatnot? Or like all these different freedoms? Like, Maybe it's because like rights and freedoms is what like allows you to grow an economy. Is because when people can do what they want and spend money on what they want and like operate their business how they please, you tend to make way more money per capita because everyone's motivated.
Yeah.
Whereas China, like when people are like, "Oh, look, it's growth," I'm like, "Yeah." The thing is, its growth is falling off hard because this is like peak performance for a communist country.
You know what the real difference between the militaries is people in our military, for the most part, I understand that, there's some problems. People fall between the cracks. VA sometimes has some issues. People are taken care of. People are paid. It's a good career where essentially you're going to serve a couple years and then you're largely going to be looked after by your country. The people who are serving, they don't need to be brainwashed into that. They actually believe just of their own volition. Yeah, I believe in fighting for this country, and it was a completely voluntary thing to do. If you have to like run your country where, okay, we're going to spend all our energy on brainwashing people into accepting that this is a great nation, even though it really obviously isn't, of course you're not going to actually accomplish anything. Of course you're not going to be able to have this like successful worldwide empire. No, you're not going to be able to compete with America. Tin soldiers, man, and their nuclear arsenal is like a fraction of ours.
Well, people will talk about like how like the Chinese spy network is really large and it's like, oh, they're like militarily superior, like they have like tons of spies. They actually have very low quality spies, which is why they have like thousands of them. When you tend to have a lot of spies in like Western countries, it tends to show a weakness in your own country, that you're not militarily competent enough to defend yourself. So you have to constantly be finding ways of actually undermining like your opponents. Where America doesn't really need to do that in China. We just know that they're weak and we know what they can do, and we know that they have no ability to actually take on the West.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that I think part of it though, like here's a bit of the sort of paradox of unipolarity though, is that at your time of greatest relative strength is when you actually become like the most lazy and whatnot. Like, I mean, the problem with China is China's growing. I mean, their military is getting more powerful. Their navy is getting bigger. Now, their soldiers aren't very well trained and they're fat, but they could fix that in 10 years if they wanted to. It's the tech aspect that is becoming a bigger threat. And I feel like by the time we actually start taking it seriously, they're basically going to be at parity with the United States, and that's too late. Because
the good thing about the situation though is like when people say like, oh, China's on, like, America's on the decline or whatever, it's a dying empire. I'm like, and it's like, okay, well, the thing is that Biden and Trump both made like stupid, especially Obama, made stupid moves on the foreign policy, like on like the international stage. But the reason why, like, the thing is that doesn't cripple America. If China made the sort of decisions that like Obama made, it would just be dead in the water. It cannot afford to make a lot of major mistakes, where America could go around bumbling around and it's fine at the end of the day, just because of the sheer power of the country, that they can do honestly whatever they want. And it doesn't really matter. They can just decide to pretend to be weak for like 8 years under Obama, and still no one's really going to make a move, just because they know that it's not exploitable. And even then, it's like with China, it's like China's always going to be reliant on Western powers manufacturing with them, or like manufacturing and buying products for them. If that ever stops, they're just done. Like that's actually sort of if Trump ever becomes president again, if he decides to go back in and somehow wins, like honestly, it would be too bad an outcome, because he would definitely like wreck their economy.
It was among one of the better things he did, for sure. I mean, you can debate its effectiveness, but even moving the conversation in that direction, because it's so unorthodox, really. It's almost seen as this heresy. This idea was actually brought up earlier in the chat. We didn't really get a chance to address it, but when we were talking about like Walmart and you can like make this argument and like, yeah, of course, it's good. People will look down on that and say, oh, that's for the dirty poors. I'm not going to shop there. Yeah, it's low class trailer trash, and whatever. People can think whatever they want, but obviously you need a place that's affordable for the vast majority of people. But one of the downsides of that, you have these cheap products is, inevitably to make products that cheap, we've enriched China for years. Like if you want to get Americans to make those, they're going to go up in price.
Well, that's why labor unions in the United States are a really big problem, because when they're pushing up the cost of like making a car or manufacturing anything because of like the way I'm actually going to come back on that a bit. Labor unions are sort of helpful because they make American manufacturers turn to more like mechanization, which makes products way cheaper to manufacture. So I think you could see that Andrew Yang's biggest fear actually being more China's biggest fear. Because at some point, America might be able to produce things cheaper than China, because they can just cut out human labor altogether in a lot of cases for these really cheap garbage.
That's one solution. It solves the problem of the economy being heavily reliant on China. I don't think it necessarily solves the problem of, well, what Andrew Yang talks about is automation replacing all these people, where those people are going to go. We're in a very strange transition period where we can't exactly have the Wall-E future, but we're still going to have a lot of jobs being replaced. And essentially it's like, well, I'm sorry, dude, you don't have the education or the work ability to move on to another field. All your fields have been replaced by machines, or at least a good number of them, where we don't need as many workers on the floor. And that's the real problem. It's education. It's training a workforce to be able to basically occupy jobs fitting of a growing modern nation. We're still kind of stuck in the past in terms of like, okay, this is where, obviously we need this job to be filled. There is this hierarchical system, unfortunately. And, that's just kind of, it's not even a byproduct of any economic system necessarily. It's just a byproduct of human necessity. And, but we are moving toward a place where we could potentially move past that. But I think that's going to have unforeseen consequences.
I sort of agree with some people on this when they say that, like, okay, in the past, whenever like complete industries have like become irrelevant, usually new industries pop up. And I do think there's going to be a lot of new things that people will end up doing just to replace a lot of the things that can be automated. The actual amount of people who work in those industries, it's like large, but it's not completely unconsumably large. And I'm not sure if you've ever heard it. Like I think they say like there's like 2 or 3 million jobs that no one really wants in the U.S. that people find really hard to get people to like do, that you could never automate. And I think people would just do that. It's not like learn to code type of jobs. It's like people who clean septic tanks and whatnot, that actually pays extremely well. People just don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem there. And
the whole septic tank part is a bit of a turnoff.
Well, I mean, I don't want to do that, so I wouldn't exactly blame anyone else for not wanting to either.
You could be a millionaire. The reality. I've heard people who do it.
They're extremely, and I'm sure jobs like that pay extremely well, because like really, how else are you going to get people to do that?
It's supply and demand, right?
These jobs exist. Like we're never going to get to a place where it's like, okay, we don't need sewers anymore. Unless we like all become transhumanists or some bullshit.
That's right.
All become part machine.
Robot arms.
We have Juchi ideology uploaded straight to our skulls through a memory stick.
That's right. We're like programmed to dust the portraits of the great leaders 85 times a day.
Receiving order. Yeah, no. Yep. China wishes they could have something like that.
Well, they're working on it. They're trying. I mean,
good luck.
All the Tankies with their social credit memes and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I know.
You ever see that thing where, like, in North Korea, they'll have the exact same Kim Jong-un speech playing 24/7 for like 3 months straight over loudspeakers? It's ridiculous. Like, I think they turn it down slightly at night.
How considerate.
Well, that's the thing. Like with the radios in the households, you are allowed to turn them down. You are able to turn them down. They can't be turned off. So
Honestly, I wonder if that actually over time hurts Kim Jong Un's appeal among the North Korean people. Not like the fact that like he's like his speeches are blaring all the time, but the fact that you hear his voice all the time and see him all the time, probably on North Korean TVs. Even if you don't own one, you probably see them on like public ones, and it's like the fact that like you just see him all the time. Like at some point, people are gonna be like, "Wait, he's just a fat nerd. Why are we doing stuff for him?" In the sense that, you know what I mean, where it's like after a while, doesn't he just sort of lose the majesty of like Kim Jong Un because you just see him all the time? So he's like, "Oh, Kim wants to say something again. Damn it! Now I don't get to go home."
Fake fruit, fake carrots. No, I mean
fake dragon fruit.
You'd have to think like it's hard because obviously if you even have such thoughts, you have to keep them to yourselves. But I would have to imagine a good portion of the population, no matter how brainwashed they are, they're thinking like, this guy is divinely sent? Really? Okay. I guess this is just the culture I'm born into. But I mean, because of course you're going to have free thinkers in any society, no matter how you can't tell me that it's just like everyone's totally on board. They just can't say anything.
It's his sphere of influence though. They just like, oh man, well this is my sphere of influence, so this is my lot in life. So who needs democracy?
I wish that worked in real life. I could do whatever I wanted just because I'm at a closer proximity to the thing I'm messing with than the police are to stop me.
Yeah, this bank is my sphere of influence, man. This
bank is in my neighborhood. Those police officers don't even live here.
That's right. You had to come in from 8 blocks away. I live 2 blocks away. This bank is my sphere of influence, man.
Not in your jurisdiction, bro.
Yeah, your jurisdiction is piracy, man.
Piracy.
Shiver me timbers.
Looters.
Looters
of booty.
The pirates.
That sparked a lot of memes.
I know. A lot of memes the last week.
The whole last week was kind of a meme.
I know, right? I mean, like, you ever get those moments where you're reflecting back on all the hilarious memes you've seen in a given day and all the inside jokes in the community and everything, and you're like, man, I had no idea that any of this even existed or what any of this would have meant 2 months ago. And you're like, what memes will May bring? Like, like what memes are we going to be memeing then? You know, it never stops. So
that's the idea. Nah, there'll always be something new.
Always something new.
The world changes and people try to comment on those changes. They usually fail. And it's rather entertaining for us, is it not?
Like, you know that meme where it's like the soy jack dude, and there's the woman who's like, oh man, like I like astronomy, and he's like, no, I don't believe in that crap. And then it's like some BS, and he's like, so true. Like that meme. Think about it this way: one day that meme is going to be old, and there will be a different meme that we can't think of right now that will.
That'll be on the ancient memes archive or whatever that again is.
Yeah,
man. Right. Back in my day, I remember we had the "that's bullshit" meme.
Yeah, or like one day, ICANN has cheeseburger with the cats is going to be old, and we'll have a different meme to replace.
I mean, isn't that already old?
Yeah, but I'm a boomer.
Yeah, you're stuck in the meme past, man.
I know, right? I mean, like, this is what's funny. Like, I'll oftentimes be called a boomer, and I'm like, okay, but like, I don't deny that. What's your point?
Like, you're a boomer. Yes.
It's like it's literally like the meme. See this meme is never gonna move on. Like this meme will always be with us. The yes meme. It's just too good.
What's currently the best meme?
Oh, the best meme. Oh, okay. Well, we have to have like two different categories. The best meme that we like and which we support and think is super funny and potent, and then the best meme is in like the most cringy thing that's out there. You know, what's the best meme?
Like the best popular meme format. I still think it's the the money machine go brr.
Burr.
That to me is, I'm gonna nominate that as the best new meme. The worst. Easily the worst is the drone with the fucking rainbow flag on it, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, that one's pretty good.
How could anything be worse than that?
No, you know what? I think the worst meme, honestly, is that stupid one that of like very poorly edited, bad graphics image of Ron Paul from like 2006 saying STFU neocon with the laser eyes, or a very poor lost rendition of Tulsi Gabbard doing the same meme. I think
I'm gonna counter you both and say it's the stupid picture of Assad cupping his ear to listen to you. And it's like, dude, the guy doesn't even run his own country, man. He literally is some assistant soccer coach looking guy who has all of his decisions made for him by Iran and China.
No, that's that's the thing. I mean, they all talk a tough talk about sovereignty, and they're like, "Well, it's Assad's sovereignty. You should recognize his sovereignty." It's like, okay, why doesn't Putin? Because when Putin visited, and they go to give a speech, and Assad walks up to the podium with Putin as if they're going to go together. Putin's guys, they put his arms around him and they're like, "Stay back, big guy. We're going to let your boss talk first." So that's in his own country. So Assad is a joke. I mean, and you'll have people be like, "Oh, who must go?" And it's like McCain dies, and as if that's supposed to be like some zinger or whatever. It's like,
oh my gosh, McCain was old. I can't believe him. What a jerk! I can't believe he would dare to be older.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing is like, John McCain was a potent and an epic legend in terms of his legacy, because it's 2021 right now, and the ANCAPs, he's still living rent-free in their head. Like that guy, unironic ANCAP, he made his profile picture John McCain's grave. So like, John McCain.
He was like, "You don't understand how much I truly despise John McCain."
Yes.
It's like, wow, you are a loser.
I mean, how do you be a bigger loser than that?
You could be a nerd.
Oh, that's true. Reese is a nerd.
Only a nerd would care about John McCain.
Stupid nerd.
I like how so many of these people, and it's a growing trend, and it's almost coming to a head these days, but people who assume that their like moral outrage about something equals a good argument, the more that they just get mad at someone, like these people like legitimately like set up like shrines against John McCain. And they assume that because they're really ticked about it, that somehow adds some legitimacy to their own views, even has nothing to do with John McCain. Like, John McCain doesn't care about your stupid, your stupid version of socialism. It still sucks. Just because you're mad at John McCain does not equal, like, oh, now you're more correct about, like, whatever your stupid political views are.
Oh, yeah.
No, it really is. I mean, kind of an era of cringe, we say that all the time. It's a totally backward clown world. Now, granted, we happen to be looking at the underbelly of that world all the time. Most people are not scumbags. Most people are fairly normal. Most people are not celebrating or did not celebrate the death of John McCain. But when you see it, it's just like how just wrong you are. Like how far you've fallen, how much you're missing the plot when you're posting memes of these horrible brutal dictators. Oh, but John McCain was the real problem. where do you even begin there? When you have someone like that, that's kind of the problem. Like, most of the people that Kevin debates, I don't even know if I necessarily call them dictator fans. They're inadvertent and they're, just useless. They contribute nothing to the political discourse for the most part. But even that's too much. And
it's really hard to find someone psychotic enough to actually be like a flat out tanky. But they do exist.
They don't come on
That's
though.
true, and I've heard they're drained, and I've heard that they're tormented by a certain hawkish community on Twitter recently that keeps sending them DMs and notifications. So.
like the neocon posting his L's guy, because he's gone now, but I had a lot of suspicions about his personal views, especially based on the audience that he attracted, and we challenged him. We challenged a lot of those people. Like, well, if you disagree, come on. None of them came up.
None of them.
My own brother actually used to like some of the posting their L's accounts because some of them are pretty normal. But then he started stopped following them because they started retweeting other posting their L's accounts because I think they're sort of owned by a network of the same people who had a similar idea. And it's they'll flat out retweet when it's Jews posting their L's. I'm like, are you guys okay? What's wrong with you?
Wait, that's an account? Wait, that's an account.
I'm pretty sure it might still be around, but that's an account. They have they'll have funny ones, but then they'll just devolve into they assume that because something can be memed, ergo it's good politics. It's honestly that's the problem with the paleocons is that they assume a meme equals correct. Oh guys, I have a picture of Assad looking smug, ergo he's a good guy because it was funny when I tweeted at someone.
It upset somebody, so therefore I win.
I'm a fan of Kim Jong-un because it will tick you off. Even though
I really
the whole
think
point
outside the box, man.
We think outside the bun here.
Yeah, Kim Jong-un, man. Well, think about this. If you were Kim Jong-un, wouldn't you want nukes and power? Think about it.
Yeah, I probably would. But that's the other point that we will often get on is we can understand it's useful to put yourselves in the shoes of your adversary to understand the decisions they're going to make and what's exactly motivating that. But there can be a fine line between understanding and sympathizing.
I'd say that a big problem with all these people, and I think a big through line with all of the socialist types, the anarcho-capitalists, libertarians, is that they come to every debate, or at least the vast majority of them come to debates with their own definitions of everything. So they never actually have to hold their own ideas to account in the sense they never have to think of okay, does this mean I'm supporting a dictator? It's no, well, they come with their own definitions of what imperialism is, what fascism is, what liberalism is, so that they never actually have to answer for any of the stuff that they believe in, because it's all abstracted out to the point where bad just means U.S. intervention, and everything else has some overly complex explanation that makes it okay because it's complicated, bro.
Well, in fairness, though, definitions are incredibly draining, Wyatt.
It's very true.
Draining.
Dude, I've been told.
Dude, I had to define that thing 3 weeks ago, and now I have to define it again.
I've been told that the definition of fascism is the natural consequence of liberalism contradicting itself. Wrap your mind around that one.
Oh man, I heard that fascism is capitalism in decline. Think about it.
Benito Mussolini was a big capitalist. Big guy.
Oh man, yeah, that's the thing. Every radical on YouTube has a different definition of fascism.
You gotta love how they're all really they model being tough guys, especially the tanky variety. And the thing is that they get triggered and they get ticked off about the most basic things, even Bosch having to give a definition. It's that just shatters their world, is having to define their terms. You think if you were trying to be the big debate me bro who's just like trashing people, you'd at least come equipped with like basic definitions to the things you're talking about. Because if you refuse to define anything and you refuse to define it as a specific thing and not just some abstract, well, it means vaguely this. If you're only dealing in vagaries, it's like, oh, of course you never feel like you lost the debate because you've never actually even stated an opinion about something, because your opinions are subject to change over time. Yeah, like you can just do whatever you want, because even if you were right or wrong, like based on your own standards, well, you can just shift your standards.
If you come in with the mindset where essentially like pre-debate, all you do is debate strawmen of your opponents, and that's the way you approach everything, of course things are going to turn out bad. I'd really like to think that we don't do that. I'd like to think that we break it down and explain, okay, this is what he's saying, this is what's going on, here's the talking point. And like we've almost mastered it, where we can just predict, like, yep, that's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to say.
Well, I think it's provable that we don't, because depending on the geography that you go to and whatever continent you're in, we could be talking about a similar situation and we'll call it a similar thing. Where we can define what an actual coup is, and when one happens, we can actually point out whether it is one or is not one, like an actual thing, or we can point to anywhere in the world and call something terrorism, whether it is or not. It doesn't. Terrorism doesn't shift depending on which geographical location we're in.
What's funny is the feedback is always so asinine. Like, I was responding to some comments today that were, it was this question like, oh, they were talking about the white genocide narrative in South Africa. Like, so here's the genocide. Do you support intervention against that? So I laid out, the claims of this, being, qualifying as a genocide are kind of up in the air. Some people say yes, some people say no. It's a horrible thing that happens. These various stories, intervention. I don't know. I didn't even really think about it before. They have an extremely corrupt, racist government.
Yeah,
that is very much complicit in spreading hate against racial minorities, particularly the Dutch farmers. But okay, fair enough. And then like one of the follow-up comments from that Karl Marx guy.
Oh, that's Karl Marx from YouTube.
Back from the dead, on his death day, ironically. But no, he was saying that, like, oh, of course, that's neocon approved. Neocons approve of the butchering of white farmers in South Africa.
Wait, which neocon?
And it got even worse because he said, yeah, they also want to bomb white communities in Appalachia. And I'm just like, what are you talking about?
Sound me out.
What is how do you arrive at such a deranged conclusion, man? And then, like, so I responded, I basically said all that, and he was saying something like, well, I said essentially, speaking for myself, and I'm not even a neocon, but just speaking for myself, saying, okay, yeah, these are horrible, grotesque stories that come out of South Africa. Of course, I'm not in favor of that. And if anyone was in favor of that, I would have something to say in disagreement to them. And then he said, well, actually, your hero Henry Kissinger probably would be for them.
Wait, hold on.
We're not fans of Kissinger.
You're not a fan of Kissinger, and Kissinger wasn't a neocon. So,
and like, it's totally weak. Like, if you have to say Kissinger would probably, well, how about you find out what Kissinger actually thinks about this? He would probably be in favor of it. By what logic? Why would he be in favor of that?
Well, Kissinger.
Well, they've just defined their neocon opposition as somehow like pro-intervention at any time that they say that there could be a potential for an intervention. So it's like, oh, neocons want to intervene in like Portugal because I've said that there's a reason to. I'm like, just because you said there's a reason to intervene, quote unquote, doesn't mean that that's what you're going to do right away. Like, there's tons of countries that you could intervene in, but you do also have other options.
We're not actually advocating to be the world police. We have advocated for intervention in a handful of countries.
And the thing is, it always has to meet a standard. Like we harp on Iran a lot because the whole point is Iran's past the point of being rational and being able to negotiate, and especially in the Middle East, you end up bumping into a lot of like strongman type cultures, like Islamist cultures that just refuse to negotiate. So you can't, and that's the point. But South Africa, you could probably strong arm them into making changes. So I'll let Kevin go.
If we can avoid military conflict, we should always do that.
Yeah, but one of the reasons why you could strong arm South Africa into actually reforming in a better way is because they got rid of their nukes. Iran is trying to get nukes. So I hate the people who they'll say Iran doesn't have nukes yet, so they're not that big of a threat. So how dare you advocate to go to war with them? But the second they get nukes, because they'll say they're like, well, they don't even have nukes yet. How do you know they're trying to get them? You're just gonna lie so people can die. And they get the nukes, and then they say to you, you can't do anything now. They have nukes, bud. That's what they did with North Korea. They literally did that with North Korea. They said before 2006.
Honestly, that's
CIA propaganda.
That's their argument in a lot of cases where it's you're wrong because X hasn't happened yet. Then when X happens, you're still wrong. It's like join the military, but then when you join the military, like, oh, what a warmonger, war criminal or whatever.
War criminal.
I think that's still applicable in other cases where it's like, I think that's like somehow like you're like, oh, you just want to like go to Iraq to steal their oil, and then they're still triggered at you when you stick around to like spread democracy and liberalism.
But that's not what you're doing, man.
Like, what I
don't you understand? Haven't you read WikiLeaks?
Maybe
man?
This is a contradiction. Maybe I'm just like picking something out that's not quite there. But like, they're at the same time, they're the people who are like say there's a literacy program in Cuba. I'm like, well, couldn't we say that we had like an election in Iraq and we provide humanitarian? Like, no. Somehow those programs are bad, but other programs that I like for whatever reason are good by definition. Somehow, like in some abstract world, if the central government that like revolted and took over from the legitimate government and they have a literacy program, they're now the good guys. But if you take over a place that has a dictator who, like, let's say, they're illegitimate based on their abuses, it's now if you have literacy programs, they're bad.
Yeah, no, it's always skewed in that direction, and it's so obvious that that's the bias. Well, hey, fair enough. I suppose we have a bias as well. It's a more well-founded bias,
yeah,
quite frankly.
We're biased towards the American Empire, man.
A less morally bankrupt bias, shall we say? No, I mean they'll flip-flop on anything. If a nation, was truly liberated. Previously, they had some strongman leader who was very open to America's known adversaries, and then they suddenly became democratic. No, they're going to be against them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how democratic the country is. It doesn't matter how liberal it is. They'll find a way to oppose it. They'll find a way to smear it as some terrible right-wing fascist coup that went down, and they're just unrealistic. Really,
I think the big difference about these radicals and like regular people, like people who are like on the left and the right, is that regular people can actually suffer from cognitive dissonance and change their ideas because of it, because they acknowledge the fact that they're holding contradictory positions. I don't think these people actually have ever suffered from cognitive dissonance, despite the massive holes in their arguments and just the fact that like all their arguments could easily be applied to themselves, or their argument defeats itself, like the whole like join the military but you're a war criminal now, or like literacy rates good but literacy rates also bad.
Well,
I think it genuinely enrages them when they find someone they disagree with. Like the idea of that kind of person even existing is infuriating to them. The real reason why is because they don't actually have a coherent reason to disagree. They have a couple rehearsed lines that they heard from somebody else, some hack like Kyle or Jimmy, and they're like, "Yep, that's just going to be my argument." And every time I come up against someone who disagrees with me, here's one of my 4 talking points. It's like, talk to me like a fucking human being. I'm so tired of these bots, man.
I feel like also, even if you vehemently disagree with us, we actually talk through the points from start to finish, where you could say that we're completely off base, or maybe we're not even like we're being illogical. But the thing is, we'll actually be nice enough to walk through the entire thing. We don't just sort of we don't just like let you talk for 5 seconds and then cut you off and then just talk about only like your half finished statement, as if there's like a big hole in it. Like, yeah, there's a hole in my statement because you didn't let me finish. Like, the thing is with debates with Kevin is it only gets heated if the person gets heated. If the person is low key and calm, you'll fairly work through all the points that they're making. But the thing is, all these people just want to jump to the end and declare themselves correct because they have nothing. When you're constantly telling people that you're right and you destroyed someone, it probably means that you didn't actually do it. You have to earn being able to say that.
Well, and that's one of the things is like, so we had a few different anarchists, I think like 5 different anarchists over the last month, and a couple of them were actually 3 of them were pretty good, and we had a discussion, and it was pretty respectful, and then one of them was a crap show, and the other one was it wasn't like blood sports. The dude just didn't have any answers, and then tried to feign trolling, and then admitted he didn't have any answers, and that was kind of goofy.
And he keeps responding to you on Twitter like he wasn't completely embarrassing during that discussion.
No, and he'll have like moments where he just like the joke will go over his head, for example. He's just unironic ANCAP is not bright. Keith Knight, in contrast, he's like a theory bro. He knows all the theory and everything about libertarianism. I think he's wrong, but he's smarter than an average person.
Keith has actually thought through his position. The only thing I would say is that he's thought through it. He's thought through his own position too much, to the point where he hasn't really considered the other side, so he ends up playing only to the libertarians and the ANCAPs in the audience. It sort of is like with the. I was actually just talking about this today with actually Daniel about how annoying it is when you meet like young conservatives and they just want to tell you about, like, I know you reference Hobbes, but you do it actually for utility reasons. But they'll write an article or they'll just talk to you and they'll constantly name draw up John Locke, Hobbes.
Well, I like Hobbes.
Who else? Like, they just, but Hobbes is good. I like John Locke. I like a lot of these people. I like John A. McDonald, but you don't need to pretend like you're literally from the 1870s and you know all these people on like a one-name basis. I've edited through so many articles that were 2,000 words for no reason at all, and they're just full of a bunch of just random literary references and like going back to the fossil record constantly. And that's the problem with these ANCAPs, is the same thing where it's like, well, Rothbard said this about the government and about the state's power. I'm like, okay, well, does that match up with reality when you consider someone else's ideology and perspective on things? And it's like, well, no, because no one would even agree with your premise that the state is somehow illegally using force.
No, I get that for sure. I got accused of being a Hobbesian over the last couple of days, and it's like, yes. Like, what do you mean? Are we going to sit around and pretend that if the state didn't exist, we'd all just get along and it wouldn't be complete carnage?
Yes, Hobbes is famous not for creating some sort of political theory as much as just pointing out how the world is and articulating it well.
He literally, here's the thing about Hobbes, he didn't even say you have to have a king. Like, he was a monarchist, but he said straight up, you could also avoid the state of nature by like covenanting around a congress of elected officials to be the sovereign. The whole point for him was you need a state, a sovereign that you obey, and in return they protect you, and that forms a social contract. And he argued, and I think one of the reasons why Hobbes is important is that he argued that the world that the anarchists are prescribing can't even exist, because before it will even get there, humans will be so terrified and so abhorrent towards the plight that they're suffering that they will beg a king or something to just keep order. I mean, we've never really known anarchy. I mean, even hunter-gathering societies had hierarchies. They had some social contract. They had an authority figure. We that's just in our nature. And I think part of the reason why is that, it's been clear since the dawn of our existence as a species that even if most people mean well, those amongst us who wish to do harm, if there's no force to compel them to behave, they will ruin everything for everyone else. That's why anarchism can never be a thing.
Well, yeah,
So,
that's maybe you disagree or you guys disagree, but that's why ANCAPs, sort of communists and even like radical environmentalists, their positions don't make like their ideas just don't work because it requires like a crazy level of it requires like an insane level of like social engineering to make everyone go along with your ideas. And it's like why whenever people honestly, Tankies are actually sort of honest because they realize that you need a dictator. That there's a reason why every single socialist regime ends up in dictatorship, because unless everyone's on board, it's going to fall apart. You essentially almost have to murder people in order to keep your stupid state running.
well,
Because if anyone has
right.
an alternative idea or even sort of proposed an alternative system, you could collapse.
Well, that's the thing. Another reason why they require a dictatorship too is that they're trying to change human nature, and human nature, like the need for food and crap and individual recognition, that kind of stuff, can't really be changed over the course of a few years in a revolution. That takes tens of thousands of years or thousands of years of evolution. And so they don't actually, like, here's the secret about communist regimes. None of them ever succeeded in changing human nature. All that they succeeded in doing was punishing human nature. That's it. It's punishing people for having human instincts. That's why the free world is based. That's why the Soviet Union had a brain drain and America didn't. Because if you had the means to get out, you got out. I mean, it's obvious. And the thing is, I've asked this question before to people that I debate. I'll usually ask them, well, would you prefer to live in Afghanistan or North Korea or China or America? They always say America. But they always say, though, they're like, but it's not my place to tell the people over there that they can't have their own culture. And I'm like, well, who are you to say that they have to be condemned to live under their tyrannies forever? You know? I mean, because like you can have your own culture. You can literally have your own culture. You can be a Muslim country. You can do, but you have to these people have to understand that it's in our interest as well to liberate people from those that lord over them and oppress them. Like, I mean, like the thing is, you can have a democracy in Afghanistan that would have a different culture from America and still be a democracy that isn't like going around and butchering everybody left and right and doing terrorism around the world. And it could still be an independent culture. But
I wonder if any of these Tankies would ever agree to move to China, especially the ones who who just want to see the West crushed. I wonder why they never move over there.
I asked that question too. Like sometimes I'll ask that question to people who will defend dictators and stuff and say, why don't you go and live over there? And they don't have good answers. But some of the Tankies, I do feel that they want to. Some of them have the money to, but they might say, well, it's a language thing or it's a culture thing. I know Uncle Thomas, for example. I debated Uncle Thomas. And Uncle Thomas is a Nazgul Tanky who's a big fan of communist China. And he was, I can't remember. No, I was in one of his chats once and I asked him that. And I said, well, why don't you move to China? And he said, well, you know what? They don't want a white country boy like me or whatever the hell he said over there. They have their own culture and I'm not going to go and interfere with it. That's what he said. But he said that they had a better thing going than in America. But he said it wasn't his place to go and, over there. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, see, this is the thing that's so stupid about it, because it's like in America, you be Chinese, you be Russian, you be Venezuelan, doesn't matter. Everybody wants to go to America. America, like part of the American culture is that if you're fleeing communism, you're welcome. But he's like, well, they don't really like white Yankees, so it's like,
well, that's also an excuse because China would love to have you just so they can suck away your wealth because you're easily wealthier than anyone else who lives in China who is a billionaire. Like they would, if you ever see Chinese propaganda, they hire tons of white people to just to work at their stupid news stations because they're trying to project like, no, we're not just a Chinese CCP front group. Look, we have a white man. Like they're very simplistic in their sort of propaganda. They're like this man in like who looks as stiff as a board reading this clearly like communist statement from the government. It should be believed because the guy looks like he might have once gone to a Popeyes.
Hey man, he can bench more. He does more bulk, man.
I don't even necessarily believe that. Yeah, no, they're not gonna turn people away if they can have them under their control. But if that's the way you see it, if that's what you believe, yeah, and if you're a Nazbol, of course you're gonna say China's better. Because they would see the diversity of the United States as an inherent problem.
But they also have their own sort of like white self-defeatism thing, like with Uncle Thomas, because he's like, well, I'm white. They wouldn't want me over there or whatever, basically was what he was getting at. They wouldn't want a white American. And it's like, but that's probably
citizenship, please.
Yeah, but that's part of the problem.
North Korea is a fairly racist country. And they have compensation charts for what if you bring them certain resources, how much money they'll give you, or what kind of like accommodations they'll give you if you come over.
That's right. Joe Judlock lives there. They gave him a apartment. He gets to fish every day and occasionally star in pro-regime movies as the one white dude that they could find to play the Yankee. You know?
Yeah, like they actually sort of need a bit of a minority of people to be dissidents of other countries. Like they need a lot of people to just project that they are at all appealing as a nation. Like they'll totally bring you in, use you, and then oppress you later. Like they don't care.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. I mean, again, it's just the sort of thing that it is funny to be a Nazbol, and the implication of the Nazbol thing is that you're also partly fascist. So there's that racialist component and everything else in there. But it also means that, well, you're not welcome over there because, you're not one of the great Han people in the case of Uncle Thomas. So whereas for our sort of ideology, our worldview, it doesn't matter what race you are. It matters what you believe in. That's kind of the irony of the whole Nazbol thing. He's a Nazbol and he's not really welcome over there because they're Nazbol or whatever.
Also, them trying to imply that you're like a Nazi and you're racist, or sorry, a fascist and you're racist is really dumb because I'm pretty sure like the fascists were the only like left wing movement that wasn't racist, or at least anti-Semitic, which is sort of strange because like the communists were like really deeply racist because of course you have to be racist against people if there's resources to divide up. And your system makes it so that you're always short. You're going to turn against whoever's the minority group.
Wait, I missed the first part of that though. What was it about fascists not being racist? Are you talking like?
Well, yeah, like the Italian fascists. They always like accuse people of like they always put like racist and fascist together. I'm like, dude, you're accusing me of being like the only far left political ideology that wasn't based on class or race. For whatever reason, like I don't understand why they've made like Italian style fascism such like a dirty thing to communists, even though it's basically just a slightly better version of communism.
Well, Mussolini was literally a member of the it was either socialist or communist party.
Socialist, I think.
Yeah, it was socialist, and he never really even necessarily moved beyond some of the core principles of that. He just incorporated like this sort of corporatist, fascist sort of angle. And I mean corporatist, not in like
syndicalist, basically.
Basically in the syndicalist,
just like a military corp.
I can't get over the irony of when the Vosh types and stuff will talk about how, fascism is corporatist, therefore Walmart and stuff and Raytheon are fascists. It's like, oh my God. And then they go and call themselves, syndicalists. But the corporatism, it's a little bit of an archaic term.
Well, they think it means corporation, and corporation just means that it's a collection of people essentially working together. And that's what syndicalism is just taking a syndicate or a corp, like a military corp, like it's your core, And
corporations
then it's
are
basing everything
people, my
around that.
friend.
Like the
Yeah.
Vatican City is corporatist. Like the Pope is a corporate entity. It's like a dual sort of personhood sort of thing in terms of the conception of sovereignty and everything.
It
over
always,
there. Like,
it always makes me sound like I'm defending fascism, and I'm not. But I'm always like just sort of mesmerized by the fact that I'm like, guys, there's like actually sort of like a far left authoritarian system that doesn't absolutely starve people to death, and you guys won't even do that one because you've labeled it far right, which is just a complete joke at this point. That even the one that almost approaches sort of being not completely stupid, it's still stupid. It's just not the absolute furthest 11 out of 10 stupid. It's a good 10.5 out of 10 stupid. But they won't they won't embrace that one because it's been labeled far right.
Well, that's the thing. It's like Italy. The thing about Italy under Mussolini is it sucked. It was brutally repressive and everything. They didn't have the same percentage of deaths as the Soviet Union under Stalin, for example.
And again, we have to keep prefacing this as we don't like them, but they only like arrested 12,000 people between like 1922 and like 1939. It's like still arrest. That's a massive number of arrests compared to any actual rational democratic country. But it's like, guys, do you maybe you do that one rather than the one that kills that many people per day?
No, I know. It's like asking if you'd rather live under Pinochet or East Germany, and you say Pinochet, and then they say, so you're a fascist. It's like, no, I'd have a lower chance of being murdered under Pinochet than under the East German dictatorship per capita. So, and the standard of living was higher. So
it's hardly apology. I mean, it's just
like
reporting the body counts.
Those are the only choices.
So people just act that way. Also, they get really ticked off when you point out that Nazism is far closer to Marxism than actual fascism. It's basically just communism. It's communism plus race, and that's it. Like if you actually understand how like the Nazi German economy worked, it was just communism, in which it was essentially just what China is today, where they have an illusion that some people still own their businesses, but they directly tell you how many people you hire, what you produce, and everything. Like if you make a new plans for like a vehicle, they have to approve everything. They're in charge of everything. Everything is just complete facade. Wherein like it was a little bit different in Italy, but their economic system is extremely obscure. Like I doubt there's even a fascist party in the entire world that like follows the extremely strange views of like the Italian fascists. It's like how social credit was like a really big thing for a bit. There's the social credit movement, especially in Canada. It's an extremely strange ideology that doesn't really work in practice at all. But it got super popular, but no one's going to be a social credit advocate anymore because it's something that could only really come up in one period of time because it requires some strange like social phenomenon to catch on, and then it quickly falls apart because they're like, oh yeah, we can't just keep prices fixed at like a specific level, and that doesn't make people poor. Like it's really dumb. There's good videos out there on explaining social credit, but yeah, like I hate when people just take old terms and then they start applying it to random people. Like fascist means anything you want now. It doesn't mean generically authoritarian. Whereas like if I start running around and calling everyone who like is anti-inflation a social credit advocate, even though that's a completely different thing.
Yeah, but you know who talks about like definitions and stuff? Nerds talk about definitions. What do you have to say to that, Reese? Yeah, what do you have to say to that, Reese? I'm calling you a nerd right now because you're a nerd.
And I'm going to raise him as stupid.
Oh, yeah? Well,
you need a swirly, bro.
No. He's a stupid nerd who's stupid and a nerd. So
I thought that was over the top when you guys said that like a few days ago. And then I watched a clip. And I'm like, oh, he actually repeats himself that much.
Actually, yeah, it black hole vortex vacuum.
Sometimes, like legitimately, I'll be watching your stream and I'll be like, that's a little bit of a cringy way of putting that. And then I'll watch the actual thing. I'm like, oh, that was a mild version of it.
No, it's not like we're not straw manning here. It's literally stupid nerd who's stupid. Nerd.
I could never have hoped to make that look worse. Like I could really try, but it's not happening.
Okay, he has he has 2 insults. The first is cuck. It's got like 100 different variations in cuck, cuckler,
fellow cuck.
a fellow cuck, which is funny because fellow. Think about what that implies.
Don't say it, Kevin. That's not what he meant. He meant fellow, as in that you're the person being cucked by me. That's what fellow cuck means.
Yeah, that's your name. Why? Your name is fellow cuckler. Why?
Somebody said on Twitter, "Oh no, he meant fellow traveler." It would have been. Maybe he should have said that.
He said you're a fellow cuckler. A is an article that means, but that is opposed to the. The is a definite article. The specifies one. A is an indefinite article that specifies one or potentially multiples. In other words, if I say that there's a car over there, I'm not saying that that's the only car in existence. If I say the car's over there, well, the car that matters is over there. You see the difference. So if I say you're a fellow cuckler, as opposed to the fellow cuckler, that excuse kind of loses all water at that point. See what I'm saying? But we're talking about a guy who isn't very good at the grammars. So
sounds like something a nerd would say.
Nerds who don't balk and actually pay attention in law school.
I wouldn't be surprised if all this would be going over his head. Like, they don't. Who are they talking about? Name them.
Oh no! It's like he's literally wrestling right now, and he's like, "Are these guys? Are these guys like talking about Vosh? These guys talking about? I'm gonna go put my dick in the blender, man.
Gotta go gotta go throw this one in the blender.
Yeah.
Save this one in the blender, like lock it down. Like, I don't even. Whatever.
He said, "Save this, whatever that is, whatever the hell." Saving a live stream, like Reese. I mean, because you pointed that out, you're like, that sounds even dumber. What does that even mean? What does save this in that context even mean?
I thought he was trying to say save it, like
no.
Shut up, Dylan Bruce.
Save this.
Well, maybe he was too dumb to know which word to use after save.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, was he like trying to make a joke? Like, oh, let's throw this one in the blender because I got it locked down, and then he just wanted like a strange transition to start blending like protein shake. I don't even get it.
I'm not even listening, bro. Just keep up my gains.
I'm not going to mute my mic just so I can show you that I'm actually annoying enough to be blending something.
Oh man. Yeah, well, since the topic came up, did you guys see Kanzik? Our friend Kanzik, fellow YouTuber Kanzik, actually had a little chat with him for about 5 minutes. Did you guys get a chance to see that?
Can we call that a chat?
Well, Kanzik was kind of chatting. I can't really say that his counterpart was.
I've never seen someone get destroyed by someone who could care less.
No, because Kanzik's like, okay, I'm going to get some food, and like at one point, as the Tanky was raging, he says to him, you know, after the Tanky asked him some like random question about like if he enjoys like being a pirate and all this stuff and pillaging innocent Iraqis or whatever, and Kanzik's like, you ever put like Smokies on craft dinner? and I lolled so much. By the way, I was at work today and I was on my break and I was watching a few clips of this, and I watched the part where Grayson came on. And right before Grayson came on, he spazzed. And I almost lost it with laughter. I'm like, this guy's such a lolcow. And the thing is, I've only seen a few videos from this guy. I'm willing to wager at this point, every single one of their videos.
I was told that you literally don't stop talking about him, and every single one of your videos is about him.
Oh, that's true. I've got 650 videos. All of them are about Haas. That's right. Every single one of his videos is him spazzing. that's just his thing. Like, I mean, to us, we're kind of taken aback by it. We're like, dude, calm down. But for him, maybe that is his version of calm. Maybe
I've been told that his audience is told to just trust the system. I was on the Discord, and everyone was like, "No, he's a fantastic warrior. He's really good." And I don't think they really recognize him as a neocon at this point. I'm like, dude, he's just not very good. He screams too much. No one takes him seriously. You have to already be as crazy as him to follow him.
He's a
and there's just the fact that he has no charisma. And the thing is, they all actually agreed. All of his audience actually got to the point where they're like, yeah, I guess he is not really a charismatic, and I know he's not very good at putting arguments together, and he yells a lot. But like, when we're trusting the plan, and they're that cultish. Is his channel a cult? It's a cult. Like, you look up, it's a mystery board game, and you open up the box, and it's like, is his channel a cult? And then you open up the first clue so that you can start figuring it out with the rest of your family on a Saturday night, having a good time. And you turn the card over, and it says it's a cult. And that's the game end.
They watched this clip that we're about to take a look at. This isn't like the longer clip, but they watched this 40-second clip and think that he killed it. Let's take a look.
Oh, I love that insult, fellow cucker, fellow cuck.
Yeah, that's what you are.
If you're gonna insult me, dude, I just want to lay this.
I can't. No, I can't. I can't get over it. He always loses it.
Insult me, please. Give what you got. Give what you got. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you're going to insult me, then you could at least come up with one where you're not also insulting yourself. Because
Why? Why, Wyatt? Why wouldn't you also insult yourself when you're insulting someone?
I was waiting for him to use the word abstract for no reason.
Haw's sad. Haw's angry. Haw's smash.
I liked Haw's smash.
No. Haw's, well, that's a reference to Devin Tracy's Gank Smash. Because, okay, this is my official declaration tonight. Haw's is the millennial Jank. Seriously.
He makes Jank look like us.
No, I know. But like, because the whole meme with Jank is just that anytime anybody confronts him on anything, he's like, "Oh, we'll destroy you, progressives versus everybody, Gank Smash."
Too strong.
I love Actual Justice Warriors compilation of clips when Shank announced his candidacy, and he won't stop talking. But like, I'm a fighter. I'm gonna go there, and I don't like the people who are like, "Don't fight today," because I'm gonna say we should fight today. And,
I saw that.
Congress a bunch of weaklings, but you haven't seen a fighter. I want to fight the fights because I'm a fighter. You got to get up in their face and fight. I don't even go. It's like I just love it to just like cut in a montage of that where he's just like talking about fighting, and then you just see a clip of him just sitting there for like 3 seconds, just saying nothing, and then he just says fighting.
I could swear I've seen Jank talk about how right wingers or whoever he's complaining about, they have is this rhetoric about fighting and violence. But then that's his brand.
Envies it. He wishes. He's even said it. Like, they'll say it on Young Turks, literally, that they wish that the progressives could learn from the Republicans and take on the tactics of the Republicans. Because, like I've said before too, Republicans are actually like fighters by and large. So, like, you watch Republican primaries go down, it's blood sports. So, like, they're serious.
Look, Rand Paul, he's at the end of the line. He has like 1% of the vote. You suck, Rand Paul.
Low energy.
Rand Paul.
Low stamina.
There's some truth to that.
Okay, let's take a look at Haas, because like he's deeply thinking about it.
Yeah, let's see if we can actually get to the end of this.
He said to Haas, okay, but like, can you just understand the concept that like, if you're gonna insult somebody, don't also insult yourself while you're doing it? And he's like, why?
Oh, it's asking him to understand basic language. Just the fact that when you include yourself, fellow includes you as a subject. It does not include you as a subject in an oddly specific context where you're like, I don't even know why we have to break this down, but like saying fellow implies nothing about you saying that you're like cucking him or something like that. That doesn't make any sense. But he just assumes that he'll use a word, and because in his mind he thinks that that's what it means. That's what it means. That's why.
Yeah, that's your name. I called you fellow. You're the fellow. you're the fellow cuckler. It's like, yeah, but he said, like, we'll go back. He says, I called you a fellow cuckler. I'm pretty sure he says the indefinite article, not the definite article.
I love that insult, fellow cucker. Fellow cuck.
Yeah, that's what you are.
If you're gonna insult me, dude, I just want to lay this.
Please insult me, please.
Come on, streamer.
You're gonna insult me, dude. I just want to lay this.
Please insult me, please.
Give
what you got. Give what you got. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you're going to insult me,
yeah,
then you could at least come up with one where you're not also insulting yourself. Because if you don't know it or not, the implication behind calling me a fellow cuck implies that you too are a cuck.
I called you fellow cuckler.
It's like he just finally caught up, like, oh yeah, I did that.
Yeah,
I called you fellow cuckler.
He didn't call him the fellow cuck. He just called him fellow cuck. That implies that you're also a cuckler.
I really take issue with people trying to say it was the fellow traveler.
It's not even like it's sort of like a grammar sort of a thing where it's like some really nuanced grammar issue where it's like, oh, it's who instead of whom. It's not something where it's like a little obscure and you might not know it if you at first glance. Like if I called you a fellow moron, you're not going to get confused. It's not like what is this nuanced point he's trying to make? what is this insult? It seems too abstract.
By the way, Haas doesn't know how to turn caps lock off. That's another thing. So,
man, the thing is, people get triggered when you tell them to learn to code. Man, he gets triggered when you tell him to learn how to use iCalendar.
That's right. Because Henry called him out on it and said, well, like, because Henry basically said, like, oh, you forgot to turn caps lock off or whatever. By the way, there was an amazing interaction that took place. So Henry's obviously a veteran, and there was an interaction that took place where Haas Haas went after Henry.
Oh yeah,
of course he did. He goes after everybody, and this happened. So I said, imagine being in Haas law school class. Prof asked Haas to explain the concept. No, you're freaking draining me. I defined that term 3 years ago already. You Anglo-Zionist fellow cuckler. Haas smash. And then he's like, ugly fucking coping from his utter domination. I stole your manhood and now you're a bitch for life. And Henry's like, LeMayo. He's like, you don't have any manhood for me to steal, boy. To Henry. And Henry's like, you ain't even a real Leninist. You don't have any revolutionary passion. Weak pretender. Boom.
Yeah, no. He's dedicated all of his time to screaming on the internet. Where's the revolution, bro?
Where's the revolution, bro? That's what Jimmy would ask.
I'd honestly want to go through like one of his random tirades where he starts yelling at someone and like trying to overly nuance an issue. I want to break down every single word he attempts to use because I guarantee you 75% of them he's not even using like the actual definition for it.
Well, half of all that he says is just cuck. He just calls people variations on the word cuck.
But like what ticked me off was the debate he had with Grayson, where he's just confusing just basic garbage. Like he contradicted himself so many times where he'll claim that like, oh, the Mongol Empire was like a nomadic people, like they were a nomadic people and whatever. And it's like, but somehow he's also going to say that they like changed the fabric of all the places that they like conquered. I'm like, dude, when you're a nomadic tribe, you're not like the Romans who are like building up institutions or like inserting their institutions into the places that they conquer. You're just a bunch of nomads who essentially have like a loose confederation of states that don't want to mess with you anymore. So they're part of the Mongol Empire.
That's right. And they pay tribute.
But somehow everything's just descended from the Mongols. Like no.
No, the Mongols burn stuff.
The Mongols do not have like what like tell me what part of any like of today's like nations that the Mongol Empire overlapped on, other than Mongolia, actually has very easy to see Mongol culture still left. Like maybe instead of like maybe as an exception, maybe not Kazakhstan or somewhere that's like very obviously like adjacent. There's not a lot of impacts that you're going to see in like Turkey or Georgia or Azerbaijan that are like, oh, that's clear Mongol culture. It's like, but he'll argue like, oh no, but they set like they set like a pattern of like empires or something.
Yeah. Well, he said
which is like means nothing.
This is hot. So anyway, we've seen this video.
I mean, like, it's sad enough when you have like white nationalists trying to claim ownership over what their ancestors did, and their ancestors actually did do things and impacted the world in a meaningful way. So that's bad enough. But then when you do it with the Mongol Empire, the lasting impact not quite as impressive as the Greeks or the Romans. So
so Haas claimed in this interaction that we're about to watch, two separate interactions. First one with Kanzik, second one with Grayson. He claimed in one of them that the Mongols created civilization, and I find it funny because seriously, okay,
how?
Well, Haas mad. Haas drained to have to explain.
Drained, bro.
I mean,
another protein shake. Bro.
I mean, for somebody who's so loud, he's also so lazy. So lazy. Okay, so this video that we're about to watch is from his channel. It's called Neo-Conservatives Get Destroyed. And we're gonna watch a few minutes of it. The first set is of our friend Kanzik. He's in the chat right now. We're gonna take a look at this. Take a look. It's pretty funny. Kanzik agreed. Haas, not so much. So, and the thumbnail is like a big red X over the name Kanzik, and it says crushed. So you know he's going to destroy Kanzik. Let's take a look.
Kanzik cocksucker, bitch.
Okay, so we're already, I'm
angry. You were talking trash in my chat, bro.
He probably considers all of those points won on Kanzik. Like, I'm just starting early. Look, I just defeated you 3 times now.
Dominated. Okay, let's
3-0.
That's right. It's 3, and you had 0. You didn't even say anything, and I said something.
You fucking cocksucker, bitch. So I want to hear the one talking all that shit in my chat. Go ahead, speak.
Speak.
It's so good.
First of all, I just wanted to.
Man, when did Tony Montana become a basement dwelling communist?
Okay.
You think you a big man, but you won't come in here and face me.
You will come here and face me. Wait. Oh, I mean, he lost it when he found out that Grayson wanted to come in. Like, he flipped before the debate even started. He's like, Hungry Country Ball wants to come in here. What? And he complained that he had 10 people that wanted to debate him, and he was just absolutely losing it. And that was before the debate started. And we'll take a look, but in the meantime, I'm actually sending. So I send an invite out to Kanzik. So
I just want to. Go ahead.
How old are you, Haas?
Oh yeah, just to clarify. Yeah. For some reason, your dumbass mods didn't give me enough permissions. I only could see 2 channels, so. Your mods are a bunch of dumb.
Yeah, you stumbling, mumbling bitch. When you talk shit, you have to say it clearly, straight.
So Haas' definition of saying something clearly means you shouted at the top of your line.
This guy who can't go 5 minutes without attempting to eat his own microphone thinks that that people are not saying it clearly.
He communicates clearly.
This is the guy, in a more polite paraphrase of Sansol, of what Sansol said, performs fellatio on his mic every debate. So here we go.
concise. Don't fucking mumble your way into an insult, you soy boy bitch.
So
that pronounced brow ridge will never not get old to me, man.
It's so good. It's so good. I watched this twice already. It's so funny. It's like 5 minutes long, but it's gold. I love how much. Okay, Kansik guts under his skin so much because Kansik seriously doesn't care. Like, he doesn't have any reaction. He's just like, oh, well, you're kind of angry right now.
Kansik cocksucker, bitch.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You talk slowly. Speak fast.
Huz doesn't have time for this.
Huz mad. Huz sad. Huz smash.
Answer Huz questions. Huz wants to know why Big Sky Blue.
Wait, he's here. Wait, it's Kansik.
I'm here, guys.
Wait, are you Haas?
Yeah, I'm Haz.
You're Haas. Huzzah! Huzzah! Okay.
I like how he gets on you like, oh, you need to speak fast. Meanwhile, he streamed for like 8 hours.
No, I know. He streamed for 6 hours just watching me, waiting to go live. He's a loser.
And then he did like another 2 hours.
Yeah, Kevin.
Hey, sorry, weren't you agreeing to debate him today, like on Sunday? And he's like, no, I have a debate on Sunday. I can't ship my schedule.
Kevin, we're debating now.
Oh, that's right. No. I literally said.
You literally shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. No, you nerd. You nerd.
No, you're in my world now, bitch.
No, you're a nerd. You're a nerd.
We're doing this right now. You're the underdog. You're the underdog.
I'm physically bigger than you. I'm physically bigger than you. You're physically smaller than me.
The funny thing is, I literally am because I'm so fucking fat.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like he got very fat, so okay.
But also, like he said,
that was my impression.
He was like pissed at you for saying, because you were like, I think you were still at work at this time. You were like, hey, I'm at work and I have a regular scheduled podcast on Saturdays.
Right.
I can do it on Sunday. And then he like started screeching about the fact that I can't do it Sunday. I have a debate on Sunday. I got a paper due tomorrow or something like that.
Yeah, so
and
he can't understand.
Where's your stream today, man? I've subbed to you just so I can check when you're streaming. And you just didn't. So, like...
No, he didn't. He's fuming.
He contradicted himself with that because there's a fucking clip of him. I clipped this out. He said, or he read a chat saying, forget these cooks, do your paper. He's like, no, I can't. I gotta stay up. I gotta do this for infrared, guys.
Yeah, he said that he doesn't care about law school and that this stream is everything, basically.
Yeah, he said, you know how many fucking lawyers there are, man?
Well, he doesn't want to be a lawyer, didn't you remember?
Lawyers. He said he hates them.
So I hate them.
That's right, I hate them.
Yeah, this clip I have going is just like a repeat loop of him saying... It's that exact same clip. Him saying, fuck lawyers. My channel is more important. It's that exact same clip right now.
Well, didn't somebody say that he should focus on his real career instead of his shitty YouTube channel? Isn't that what somebody said to him? That might have been you.
That was me, yes.
Yes.
That's what I've been saying to him on Twitter for like the past...
let's
36 hours.
Let's take a look at this. It's pretty good. It's gold.
Speak fast, you cuck! If you believe in something, you can speak fast about it.
I was eating.
No. Okay. Apparently, you don't believe in something if you say it so slowly. So, like, I saw. I remember.
Does Chris Hedges not believe in what he says?
Big ideas.
Because really, Kansik was going like 3 times the speed of Chris Hedges.
Think about
it. You guys don't understand. Big ideas spoken big speed. Big speed equal big idea.
What do you guys think of my impression of Haas? Just a few minutes ago.
It's pretty on. Other than the fact that you literally can't unlatch your jaw.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Does Xi Jinping, this guy's daddy, does he speak bigly? No, he speaks quietly and slowly. So what happened? He looks like he's about to fall asleep.
Also, Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh.
That's right.
He looks sort of... He looks like... I don't know. He looks like
Winnie the Pooh, dude.
He looks like Winnie the Pooh. You can say that much. He doesn't look big, threatening, and evil. He looks kind of silly.
It's uncanny. They have the same like facial reactions and everything. He literally looks like Winnie the Pooh. But let's continue with Haas. Let's hear what Haas has to say. Let's hear his insight.
Hold on, I gotta eat.
Is it English your
I love the contrast between how little Kansik cares in this debate and just how
Wait, how much time, like less than a second, like between that me saying I gotta eat and him saying fucking
I can't get over how seriously he takes everything.
You have
like
1 second to speak.
Like people say that I'm like too serious and everything. That was one of the criticisms. It's like, oh, you wear a
Look,
suit. And
I
everything.
was saying this earlier in chat today, but I'm pretty sure a subset, based on you gained a few subs, I'm pretty sure a subset of Haas's viewers only watch him just to see him chimp out.
Yeah,
they say chimp out, and they use the gorilla emojis.
We just know.
They literally type the words chimp out in the chat, and you can even see it in the video.
Big monkey. Big monkey, you tiny monkey. Haas big monkey. Haas mad. Haas smash.
We actually know that to be true because we just had someone in the chat who said, I'm a Haas hater. I got kicked out of his group and now I'm here.
Well, he was also saying that they tried to recruit him to like some Nazi group from.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all.
Yeah, no, he was saying that there's a big overlap between Haas's Discord and white nationalist Discord.
I've got a new name for Haas. His name's gonna be, for me, it's gonna be Brown Alaska.
Oh,
that's his
Brown
name.
Alaska.
Brown Alaska. It's a
Brown Alaska.
Oh man.
Which nicknames are we? Which nicknames are approved for him? Because we have like Kim Jong Douche, Moutism.
I like Moutism. That one's
no.
pretty
I like Genghis Kang.
I need to think up a nickname for Haas. I normally come up with nicknames faster than this. It's just I want it to be good, so I'm gonna think on it a little bit. But
well, you know what, Kevin? If you believe something, you say it fast.
I'd say it fast.
I like Brown Alaska. That's freaking amazing.
Honestly, Haas probably considers himself a very in-depth, detailed debater.
Absolutely.
Because he stops you every 3 seconds, or not even 3 seconds. He stops you every like 3 words to scream at you. So he probably thinks he's dismantling your argument because he does it 3 words at a time.
That's right. He called you
when you just never actually hear your argument.
Yeah, that works well for the video responses. That doesn't work well when you're actually talking to somebody.
No, but he called you a cuck. He constructed the internal snuck premises of your argument and dismantled them in one word. He just calls you a cuck each time. Okay, whatever.
First language, cans cook.
Cans cock.
No, I can't get over how good of a name Brown Alaska is. Like
Brown Alaska.
Like that's like Brown Fabio tier.
It's
name.
like Brown Fabio. He's like Gank
Brown
Smash.
Alaska.
He's like all the worst.
God, that is
like
fucking amazing.
all the worst excesses of Jank and Hassan put in one, and you have Haas. And so Cenk Uygur back on Young Turks for decades would always say, he'd say like, oh yeah, like I don't care what you do with your own life, have at it, Haas. And I was always like, who the hell is Haas? This is Haas. This is the first guy I've ever come across. That's
You're right. You did say that.
That's the speech. I felt like saying tonight. I was like, have at it, Haas, because it would be the first time I'd be able to actually use that and have it make sense.
That's amazing. That is an amazing reference.
Haas reminds
is he
me
related?
of like he seems really insecure because I think he reminds us and he reminds himself of basically just like the iPod Shuffle version of Hassan Piker.
Yeah. Oh man.
And for the record, Haas is barely brown. Like how much percentage? Like what?
He's
5%
not
Arab?
Anglo. You're an Anglo cuck, Reese.
I'm just Haas. I know you don't like the Anglos, but
by the way,
I hate to tell you that some Anglos got mixed up in the bloodline at some point.
There's a point in this when Haas is like, "Oh, yeah, you think it's cute to be racist or whatever? I can be way more racist than you." I'm like, dude,
yeah, that was fucking hilarious.
That was hilarious. So and then he goes into the Anglo thing.
Sounds like a Coke, bro.
what I love is how your name is literally Kanzik, and there's nothing more that these people despise, like their Discord and everything. It's all calling people Anglo-box, like that's their big insult. Oh, he's Anglo-box.
You can tell they hate Anglos when they know what
Anglo.
Kanzuk is, because most people don't.
Most people don't know what, but to these guys, they're like, I hate Kanzik. I hate the institution. I don't want that alliance to emerge. Okay, let's go.
Kan's cuck.
I mean, yeah, it kind of is.
Oh, it kind of is, but you talk slower. You talk slower than my fucking great grandpa. And he
Oh, he almost stumbled over his words there.
never even spoke English. He speaks English faster than you.
How do you know that? Did you even meet him?
Did you even meet him? So how does it feel
He didn't answer the question. I love that.
to be a cocksucker? Tell me that.
By the way,
Great question.
Okay. By the way, I know this hasn't really been brought up or whatever. The odds that this dude is in the closet, it's like, I mean, it's the kind of thing you would wager millions on, like big money. Like, there's no way. I mean, seriously. No, I mean, he's very insecure that people are going to think he's gay. I wonder why. So
all of his media photos are just pictures of me and Carlos right now.
that's right. It was like 6 just of Wyatt. It was like the Suka meme where he's like he screenshotted all the reactions to his thing asking about the bear. And it was six bears, and then Haas, it's 6 Wyatts. So
the grand total of that was like he did another 4 of Wyatt recently. So combined with like the last 12 he did, that's like 16 pics of Wyatt he did.
I mean,
I am irresistible.
Good-looking guy. So I mean,
amazing.
Oh, I love that. That's one of my favorite reaction images of all time,
dude. Seriously,
so appropriate right now. Of like Bill Maher just staring down, or Bill Crystal staring down Bill Maher, just being like, "Did you even go to school, kiddo?" Like.
How tall do you guys think he is? Because I've never seen him stand up.
Well, he likes to say how he's physically bigger than everybody. Guaranteed, he's like less than 6'1". Like he might be 6 feet, but he's not like exceptionally tall. I'm
going for 5'7".
Yeah, he does. He just gives off like the short vibes and stuff. Like if I had to put money on it, probably say he's like 5'9", 5'10", but average height. But I think he's super insecure about it because like he wishes he was like 7'5" or something,
He's living in Hassan's shadow.
Yeah, because Hassan is tall. Hassan's actually tall, but okay.
To be fair, I also did think Hassan was short just because Hassan's so insecure as well. So maybe this guy's like actually just like 7'10".
Maybe he's like 6'4" or something. Who knows?
Doubtful.
Your name's Kanzuk? Isn't that a cope? You actually believe in that? You think you're gonna revive your dead fucking empire? Is that what you think? Is that what you tell yourself?
No, it's actually just Canadian Zuckerberg, like Canuck.
Oh, I love that. You just screw with him. That's so good.
Also, I love how he thinks that like Kanzuk is an actual like imperial project. It's almost like he's an imperialist, so he thinks everyone's an imperialist.
That's right. It's projection, because he knows what China does is imperialism. So
no, it's not. It was meant to describe European
power. There's historical dialogue, so it's okay.
Yeah.
If a word is made in a certain year, can only mean that thing.
That's right.
Kanzuk. We know what Kanzuk means. You think you're going to revive your dead empire. That's your cope you're selling? You little bitch.
Oh, it's
Shots
interesting
fired.
You actually know what Kanzuk is, because,
Of course I know what it is. So you think you're going to...
Rent free.
Of course, I know what it is. While I'm like not even describing it, like vaguely accurately.
It's an empire, imperial empire.
How dare you deny? I know what everything is. I know it all.
Oh, wait, when a nerd? When a nerd? Wait, when a nerd know what Kanzuk is? Are you a nerd?
Got the anti-imperialist dictionary to keep up with all the cool kids lingo.
I like how he doesn't. I like how he just willy-nilly uses the word fascist for whatever he wants.
Oh, look at this frame. It looks like he's.
But he also, at the same time, like refute only like uses this oddly specific definition of imperialist based on like what he thinks people are referring to at the time, but he doesn't use the same thing for empire or
Oh, you know what?
or any
You know
like or
what?
like fascist.
Maybe if he used the term colonialism, like in this context, like with what he's describing, maybe he could have a fair point. But no, like imperialism, like no, it doesn't make sense. Like,
No, he's a joke.
let's continue.
Yeah.
You're trying to dictate the rules to me?
Interesting, you actually know what Kanzuk is, because you know.
Of
a lot
course, I know
people
what
don't
it is.
actually-
So
a
you
lot
think
of
you're
people
gonna
don't
revive
actually know
that dead
what it
empire? Is that what you think?
Oh, like in a formal fashion, like not really.
But all of you
What
combined don't amount to shit. Now, do you?
do you mean by that?
You all America's dogs. All of you combined will never amount to anything. You have nothing. You have no substantive base. It's just based on financial abstraction. You have no substantive basis for your economies. Nothing. Australia only fucking gets by selling fucking raw materials to China. You have fucking nothing. UK's industry is dead. What the fuck does New Zealand have? Kiwis?
Sorry, wait. I don't even understand that. What does he mean? Like this is his favorite word is abstraction. But like he's like your economies aren't based on anything. Like I was like, okay, was he talking about service industries? Is he talking about like, well, who cares about like these like Twitter? Like Twitter is not a real thing. It's not like literal objects that you're making.
Yeah.
It's like, but then he's like wheels around and smacks Australia for mining and sending out raw
that's such a
materials
good
that are
point.
physical and everyone needs.
No, because you're right. I didn't even pick up on that. You're right, because it's like, okay, so he's critical of the financial sector, okay, but then he's also critical of the mining sector. Oh, or maybe he just hates the Western world. Okay.
He
Of
he
course
wants
he hates the Western
he wants
world.
an economy purely based on garbage manufactured goods and prepackaged single pieces of teriyaki beef.
By the way, I have
That's,
a
that's
prediction.
real.
I have a prediction about Hawes.
That's
Hawes-
real. I'm slapping
Hawes-
my hand. It's real.
Dude, I have got a prediction about Hawes. Hawes, he's not done. Like, you know, like here's the thing: we're gonna live rent free in Hawes's brainlet head for a long time. Hawes is, I mean,
At least a week.
well, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
he said he wants to like torment us for a week at least.
No, but he also said
We
on
have-
stream.
That's
have that
fair.
on
He
clip.
said on stream in that 6-hour thing, it was one random moment that I went to right before we went live the other day. He said that he was tormented by, he said the only reason why he was even going to debate me because I'm some nobody or whatever was because he was being continually tormented by all of my fans giving him notifications on Twitter. And so he's like,
yeah,
10 people
yeah,
at
he was
most.
being harassed.
he said he was
And-
being tormented.
Yeah, you know what he said? He said this guy needs to be tormented for like a week.
No, but
So
he also said that he was being tormented. So
he wants you to be tormented for a week so you learn to fuck off. In his
no,
own
but
words.
it's just gonna be funny though. We're just gonna learn that we get views and stuff. So
It's
Oh,
it's hard to
also,
torment us when it's
doesn't-
just your 5 alts.
That's what I was.
That's
That's what I was
true.
talking
He
about when
made
I was talking about
private
Richard
accounts.
Spencer. The thing is that reminded me of Richard Spencer so much in that Charlottesville tape of he's just like, we need to ritualistically humiliate them. Except he's just like, guys, I want you to go and torment these people for 7 24-hour days.
that's right. A fortnight, man.
I
Half
like
a
it.
fortnight, man.
I like how Haas is saying, like, what do these countries have? You know, like the most livable countries on earth.
The richest
Australia, New Zealand,
literally the richest
Canada has
country.
got some nice cities.
No, but
No,
like-
fuck them. They've got nothing.
America literally has more money than China. So what the hell? Okay, whatever. Let's go back to Haas.
But they've got more materials, bro. They've got
Man.
more people.
You combined will never amount to anything.
It's not
You have
actually. You know
nothing.
what? That's
You have
another
no
thing.
substantive base.
It's no surprise to me that he likes China because it's clearly influenced the way he thinks. That's what they'll say about China. It's better than America. Their military is better because they have more people. That's what Haas says. Oh, I've got more people. And it's like, you know, having 100 people watch your stream is really not that impressive at all. It's like, okay, you got
brainless.
I guess you've hit the prime time. It's like no one cares. Even the leftist YouTube community at large is like, oh, this guy's a joke.
That's
This
true.
guy's a meme.
That's true.
But then he's like, yeah, we're on the rise. We're gonna torment these guys. Haz, there are like thousands of people right now who hate you.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
Get in here.
Pause broke in.
It's
He
either
found him.
Haz. It's either Haz or Cat.
No, it's my cat. It's not Haz. If Haz was here, like my cat would probably like rape him.
Cuck. That's the only pussy you'll ever get.
Oh man. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
It's just based on financial abstraction. You have no substantive basis for your economies. Nothing. Australia
hold on.
only fuck.
Does he even know what the fuck he's talking about? I feel like
No,
he's just using
he
random
doesn't
words.
know what he's talking about, dude. Here's the thing about Haz. I've been saying this since I found out what Haz was like a week ago. Haz is not bright. Haz is not the brightest bulb in the lamp. He's the
Heinrich Dimmler.
Yeah, he does this. Heinrich Dimmler does this like a drive-by of just like word salad and just yelling, and then he starts just declaring himself that like you've conceded because you fail to like take on my non-point that I've somehow won. Like you can't half the stuff you can't respond to because there's no words in the English dictionary to respond to just him doing this. No, I mean, like I can't sit down and explain to you that just because like, and because he won't let you explain to him that just because a word was made in the 1970s doesn't mean that it means it cannot apply to anything before that year.
He's not very bright. He's not very bright. I mean, okay, but let's continue.
Gets by selling fucking raw materials to China. You have fucking nothing. UK's industry is dead. What the fuck does New Zealand have? Kiwis?
Stop talking like a monk.
What does Canada have?
I like how that was probably an honest question on his part. He doesn't actually know what New Zealand does.
No, for sure. He doesn't know. Like
Kiwis.
I don't know either.
That's it.
Financial speculators dumping their fucking shit in a fucking pile somewhere. You have no substantive base. You have no.
By the way, there are speculative investors in China. Like that's the thing. They have stock markets in China, actually. So, like the Shanghai Stock Exchange is a real thing, for example. So,
wait, they have a stock exchange in Shanghai?
I'm pretty sure they do.
You can't pull your money out if they don't tell you you can, though.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure they do.
What?
I'm pretty sure there's a Shanghai.
Okay, this is news.
No, you're
to
right.
me.
They do.
No,
It's ridiculous.
There literally
though.
is, dude. The Shanghai Stock Exchange is a stock exchange based in the city of Shanghai, China. It is one of the two stock exchanges operating independently in mainland China. The other being the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and its volume is $500 billion.
What the fuck?
No, dude. Yeah, and they've got like a swaggy building for it. It's like it looks super.
A swaggy building for it. A swaggy building for it. Shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, you nerd, you nerd.
I want Kanzuk to go back on his show and just do his best Haas impression while he's there.
You're a nerd.
Two Haas.
Kanzuk is a nerd.
I don't know
He's
if
a
it would
stupid
work.
nerd.
He already knows who I am, and he probably won't let me on again because apparently, like a bunch of his simps, like came to my fucking Twitter asking me like 5 different times to apologize because they figured out I was trolling, like wasting their time.
Oh, he complained that I wasted his time because he stayed up all night to watch my stream and everything.
6 hours. He
I
waited
know.
2 hours
When
for
he
you to start
knew
streaming.
I was busy, he knew I had that scheduled a week in advance, and he chose to fume and fester and stew as we did Google Gang Rising, and he couldn't do a goddamn thing about it. And he was complaining so much in that video, that 6-hour stream, about how he felt emasculated by how I was in control of the schedule and he wasn't.
The thing is that he also wanted to be in control of the schedule. I think his whole thing of like, oh, I have a debate on Sunday, that was just nonsense, and he just wanted to feel like in control. Like, oh, you can't see, I blocked off Sunday. And we're like, hey, we're reasonable people. If I can't do it Saturday because I don't want to derail my entire podcast schedule based on some random angry guy who was trying to debate me while I was at work. And if you can't do it on Sunday, well, then we'll do it Monday. Oh, I can't do it Monday. We'll do it that day, or we'll do it this day. We'll find a day. When he asked act like we were harassing him when we were just saying like, hey, are you willing to debate Kevin? It wasn't like debate him now, or you're like, I don't know, like you're some like cuck retard or something.
Well, he got asked about that.
He was accusing me of harassment.
We got asked about that, about like why not just go and debate on a time that works for both of you? And he said, no, the reason it has to be tonight is so that I can do it on my terms and control the schedule. And he was complaining about how like he was outraged that I would try to dictate the schedule because he's like, he's a nobody, he's a tiny monkey, I'm a big monkey, I'm not going to bow down to him, he has to bow down to me. And I'm like looking at this, I'm like, dude, we have a process here. You go through the system to debate me just like everybody else.
Oh, and he was like, we have a protocol, and he was acting like, oh, we're hitting with the protocol. And after a while, I was like, wait, what is this protocol? And then you look at it, he's like, just DM me. I'm like, well, we're not Kevin, and we're just publicly asking you if you'll debate him. We're not signing Kevin up against his will before we even know what Kevin's up to. Like, we're just saying, hey, will you debate him?
He's totally fine to come down here. I told him, I literally sent him a DM today, and I said, I'm free Friday at 6 p.m. Does that work for you? And he's like, and he basically, he rejected it because he's like, you can't dictate the schedule. And I'm like, I'm literally just asking if that works for you. Like, we're not going to do this thing where you pick some arbitrary time and you say, if you don't debate then you're a coward or whatever. No. He tried to look super alpha and he wound up looking like a total child, and he wasted 6 hours. And at the end of his stream, the final few minutes of the stream, when he realized that once we came back from the intermission, we kept doing the show because he's like, oh, is he going to debate me now? It's like... That's what he said on stream. He's like, oh, he's going to intermission, and he's been streaming for 6 hours at this point. He's like, oh, so he's finally going to come and debate me. And he finds out no. So then he wraps it up.
We know the debate's going to be funny going in, but we want him to be somewhat under control when the debate starts. That's the nice thing about a schedule. We don't do this nonsense where it's like, I'm only going to debate you on Monday at 3:03 a.m. to 4:07 a.m. and it has to be in the middle of Boston at my favorite diner, in the bathroom, or we're not doing it. And if you don't agree, then you're just you're like a coward.
Guys, did you see that clip of him? Like, this was from the stream. Like, guys, I'm like a fucking tiger. I seize opportunities.
That's what he said.
And he's like, I got into that debate with Vosh like 20 minutes before it happened. And I went in unconditionally, and you know what? He's like a dirty fucking rat, and he like pushes his hands together, and he thinks.
What conditions? We don't like Vosh, but Vosh is a pretty reasonable guy when you bring him on for a debate. It's like the rules are just implied that, well, don't screech the entire time. Let me finish my points. Don't talk over me. And I'll let you talk, and it's very mutual. Like, we don't like Vosh's points, and he sometimes interrupts people, but it's like he generally sticks to a pretty cordial sort of debate format. Even if it's blood sport sort of debates with him, he can sort of keep it under the radar. The thing is, dude, he's like, oh, I came in and I didn't get any guarantees, because he projects himself onto other people and acts like as if Vosh is at all comparable to him.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing, and I told Haas this. I said, look, Vosh would have to go through the same process as you. You know, we schedule a time that works for both of us, that sort of thing. And he's not Vosh. You know, he's a tiny monkey compared to Vosh. He's also annoying. So it's not like I'm in a hurry to sit down and talk with this guy. I'm not scared or anything. But this idea with Haas, I mean, we can move on with the video, but I mean,
the funny thing about what Wyatt was saying earlier about the protocol was, at some point during this stream, basically he was yelling at his own followers, "It's your job to make sure that people are aware of the protocol. I don't want to be the one who always have to do this shit."
Him yelling at his followers for being like too inept is part of the reason why just that's only one reason. There are other reasons for me believing why those alts are his alts, like that have been swarming me on Twitter.
Either they're his alts or he just told his community to make things and just simp him in the replies.
Well, I mean,
In
they
which
were
it's
all
still
made
sad.
today.
It's basically just him anyways. My point is that he could have just told his own people to make them.
Yeah,
and
either
even
way,
if
it's
other people are
sad.
typing
They
in
were-
the stuff,
they were
he's
all
essentially
made today.
I doubt he doesn't tell people, like, give people instructions on what sort of things to say. So it's him regardless.
Like, holy shit.
No, he spent all of today complaining about me on Twitter, but I'm supposed to be a nobody. I live rent free in Hawes's head, and I will do so for some time because he rejected the 6 p.m. offer for
Yeah,
Friday.
and he kept calling me fat. It's like, oh, did he watch my video? Did he watch the opening to my video?
Also, like, again,
I didn't mention it in the debate against him. So
again, you were open to a Sunday debate. He evidently has nothing going on Sunday since it's currently Monday.
but he's got a paper, man.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
what that was his
lawyers.
excuse for not doing.
World shit.
Lawyers.
That's
Get a
what
life, man.
that was his excuse against doing it on Tuesday. He's like, I got a paper on Tuesday. I'm like, why don't you just do it now then, or whatever? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you had to write an entire paper on Tuesday.
No, the show Infrared is more important, guys. You know how many fucking lawyers there are? Jesus fucking Christ. Kevin Cuck, Cans Cuck, Wyatt Cuck, all a bunch of cucks. Fuck! Oh, shit.
Pretty accurate.
I think I woke some people up in my
You're
house.
channeling your inner Hawes, and
Your official name is Cans Fuck.
Economy. You have no real lifeblood of your economies. You're just fucking
my
parasites,
cat's
financial
just
parasites.
staring at me. He's like, "Yo, is everything all right?"
Dude, what's wrong?
dude, you're sounding a little spazzy tonight. There.
Also,
Oh,
how is
dude,
it economically?
Everything's okay.
Like
I'm not-
everything that Hawes says in this video is so dumb. He's like, I'm dominating you. I'm calling you a cuck. It's
Well,
like, dude.
when is he not dumb?
I mean,
How is it also parasitic to buy things? Isn't it technically
There's
parasitic
trouble.
that China sits around not only stealing technology but just making cheap garbage to just sell into America that nobody needs?
no, that's smart. They're using America's means against them.
And you think you're gonna revive your empire? No, it's America's big cock. That's the reason you guys have anything right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty big cock, and it's one that you seem to hate.
It's
a
the
lot.
one shoved so far up your fucking ass that you forgot it was fucking there, and you're actually so deluded as to think that you can just have your can zook and you're gonna have your empire that's gonna work out, even though America's the only one who inherited that empire, and that empire is collapsing. How does that make you feel?
Well, you're saying a lot of words, so it's quite a lot.
I am saying
It takes no imagination, man.
Hawes smash. Hawes mad. Hawes
So many
sad.
things wrong.
Hawes
Like I wasn't
sad,
taking that
man.
seriously, but like
Hawes sad.
Kanzuk is not supposed to be an alternative to American hegemony. I mean, if America suddenly disappeared, maybe it would try, but like it would be very hard. But no, it's not supposed to be an alternative.
Again, he's projecting. He can't imagine anything not being an imperialist project.
That's right. That's right. Hawes smash. Hawes mad.
If that's an imperialist project, the EU is an imperialist project. Like it's no more imperialist than the EU.
Well, the EU's imperialist too, obviously. Come on. Get with the program, bro.
Yeah.
a lot of words. Do you not comprehend? Do you not speak English? Can zuck? Cans cuck?
It's so clunky.
You know, he is entertaining. I don't think for the reasons he wants to be.
This is the thing. It's like I can see why people are aware of him and why people watch him and stuff. Because it's like, I mean, I almost choked on my lunch at work today listening to his interaction with Grayson that we're about to see in a few minutes. Just not even with Grayson there yet. Just him complaining that he had to debate more people. It was unbelievable.
That's how he gets you. He's gonna make you laugh so hard you'll die.
No,
why
that
is he complaining about debating people? When I was watching before Kanzik even came on, he was just saying, "Yeah, get them on here. Where are they? Get in the Discord."
It's almost like he banned me like yesterday. He's like, "Where's
I'm
Wyatt?"
banned
Like
from the
I was at
Discord.
work,
I'm
but I
banned.
also couldn't debate him because I'm like banned from your Discord for
I'm
merely
banned.
pointing out that like I was on his Discord and I merely pointed out that like, hey, you guys say that like I should join the military if I'm a neocon, but then I was like, do you guys like Dan Crunch? He's like, no, he's a war criminal. I'm like, so you guys are inconsistent. And then one of them said yes.
At least he's honest, because I always say that. They'll usually say, no, we don't call them war criminals. That's a straw man.
His own people in his own Discord legitimately don't think he's a good debater, because like they were saying, oh, he's a good debater because he's like entertaining and whatnot, and he brings a lot of attention. I'm like, okay, but he's a terrible debater, right? Like he just yells and screams and he has no charisma. He's like, well, he has a different form of charisma, and I'm like, well, that's not called charisma.
Okay.
Then
Can you imagine like in actual formal debate setting, it's Oxford, it's Christopher Hitchens versus Hawes. Imagine how that would go. Imagine how that would go. Because Hawes would call Hitchens, no, you're a neocon cuck. You're a neo-cuckler, conservative cuck. And Hitchens would just be like, you gonna calm down there, boy? Like, you know? I mean, here's the thing about...
Good chap.
Yeah, like, here's the thing about Hawes, right? It's like, Hawes thinks it's winning if you just call somebody a cuck 18 times in a debate and speak loudly and don't let them get a point through. Then say, my chat agrees, I dominated you, I stole your manhood. He's a small monkey with a small monkey brain. So
English is supposed to be your first fucking language.
Oh, come on.
StreamYards is rejecting this.
That empire is collapsing. How does that make you feel?
Like he wants Kanzik's input on if he's pissing him off.
I am saying a lot of words. Do you not comprehend? Do you not speak English? Kanzuk? Kanzkuk? English is supposed to be your first fucking language.
Oh, there's me in the chat. Rothbard PDF. As a Neanderthal face.
I wasn't sure who that was because I forgot who Rothbard PDF was.
No, that was me. I just wanted to. I wanted to go with to say crazy shit.
This is a great textbook example of why PDFs of Rothbard would not change people's minds.
That, by the way, that meme is something we're still going to be memeing in like a year. That meme isn't going away. PDFs of Rothbard. Like I had other anarchists say that was completely stupid and ludicrous as a strategy. So
give a fuck. I am a Mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a Mongoloid.
Hawes is to Marxist Leninists what the PDF argument is to anarcho-capitalism.
Anarcho-capitalist, yeah, that's right. Because I had an anarchist, like a right-leaning anarchist, on a few days ago, writing time, and we had a cold chat. It wasn't like heated or anything. And he said straight up, like, Ace, you fell for my trolls over and over again, and he was disappointed, to say the least, in Keith. And he's like, I have the biggest issue with people on my own side being complete idiots. More than anything else. Like he said straight up, he's like, he said it's hard being an anarchist when your own side can't get stuff straight. Because I said, I'm like, yeah, you had the theory bros like Keith, and then you had Unironic ANCAP that couldn't answer any of my basic questions. And the thing about Writing Time is, Writing Time and I would disagree on a ton of stuff, but you gotta, you have to, at least to some extent, sympathize with somebody who, they think they've got the right idea, but they see everybody else on their side being a total moron about it. That does have to be frustrating. To be kind of alone, because every other anarchist I seem to be interacting with, they're either theory bros that they're just, oh, Rothbard said this, Rothbard said that, Mises this, Mises that, or they have no clue about what they even believe in,
Oh, it'd be
Like-
completely embarrassing to be an anarchist. Like,
There's that.
who's your big representative? Ace, who won't even come on for a debate.
Writing Time hates Ace. He
Oh, there
thinks
you
Ace
go.
is bullshit. He thinks he's like basically a coward, and he thinks that Ace isn't funny. And he thinks that he makes a mockery out of anarchism, basically. So
Not an enviable ideology to defend.
That is what I
But at
am.
least they're not Haas.
We are horrible.
That,
That is what we are.
Could always
Yes,
be
we
worse.
like, yeah.
are that. We are 100% that.
that's not something to be proud of.
It is something to be proud of, bitch, because the Mongols are the ones who created civilization.
So he doesn't know.
I didn't
like,
say Mongols, by the way.
You said Mongoloid. He doesn't know the distinction. He doesn't know, dude. He's a fucking idiot.
He's a fucking Mongoloid.
Yeah.
Also, like again, we was like Mongols created civilization. I'm like, dude, settle down. It's like when Islamists say like, oh, Islam created civilization, but we showed up like in like 300 AD.
No, it was
Like-
like 600. It
Yeah, it's like,
literally
guys, I'm pretty sure
600.
everything's pretty well put together by now. You're just sort of like living in our world. Even like, again, the Mongols were nomadic. They did not create civilizations. Like, they did not create big cities or any sort of institutions. They were
That's right.
nomads.
Nomads.
They were
It's-
rapist nomads.
His stream, this stream that we're watching, it's a subset of a 6-hour stream called Nomadic Communism. So, and we have 7, just for the record, we have 7 Wyatts in the studio here tonight. And 1 Han.
One died of the cringe.
Yeah, you got spooked. Okay.
And
You can kind of
created
see
nothing.
why he goes with the Mongols though, because that's kind of their thing. They
burn
were
it
saying
down.
something. You know, Kevin, how you'll say like, "Oh, this is my 50-year project. You know, I'm gonna hawk pill the world." These guys want to infrared pill the world, except no one takes them seriously already. So like they're talking about like, "Oh yeah, we've only been around for a little bit of time, and we already have a following." It's like, how much more do you actually think that's gonna grow though? Like you're not gonna be Vosh with this kind of bullshit.
No,
There's
but
no
like he
way.
said-
Well, he has
He
maybe
said
he has another
he said we
$600 for
created-
3 more debates with Vosh.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It was revealed that Haas paid $200 to be able to debate Vosh.
If
I made a short
if you
video
went onto like
about that
Bill
on Twitter.
Kristol's show, if you paid Bill Kristol like $200 to talk to you, or anyone on the right to talk to you, you would gain subs. Like half the time, people bring on guests purely because they know if they bring on a guest that they like, they'll get a bunch of subs from just appearing with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the right, like, or at least if they're on the far right, if they're like a trollish type, like the next day they would just say, "Ha, look at this F word. They gave me money. Ha, look at them. Go make fun of them."
Yeah, we can continue though.
Nothing but barbarism. You're the fucking barbarians. You destroyed the treasures of mankind and civilizations.
Dude,
Yeah,
how's
no,
Mongolia
not
doing
Not the
these
nomadic
days?
rapists. Not them.
You fucking bitch. You cans cuck bitch. The fuck do you
Dude,
know
the
about
Mongols
civilization?
ended
What the fuck
the
do you know
Islamic
about pride?
Golden Age,
The fuck do
more
you
or
have to be
less.
proud of? Except looting, genociding, and destroying the cultures and peoples and wealth of this world. The fuck do you know, cans cuck?
Well, you're
Yeah,
one
the
who's
nomadic
shipping-
rapists
Oh, no.
didn't do that.
I love how chill Kanzik is here.
out, so
I am chipping out, bitch, because I'm a fucking human being.
I am chimping out.
That, yeah, he's a small monkey. He's a tiny monkey.
The blender baboon.
And you're looking
By the way, I told him I'm
Look at
like
this frame.
he spammed so many
He literally
DMs.
looks like a baboon in
but
that frame.
He spammed over 100 DMs at me today on Twitter before I bothered replying to him, and I just told him, I said basically straight up, I said, dude, go put your dick in your blender, dude. Like, I mean, he's like, I'm gonna put this in the blender, save this.
Not Kanzik, fucking Haas. He has a very notable similarity with baboons. He's always showing his ass. There you go. There's the talking point.
Oh man.
a soy boy cuck, little bitch.
By the way,
Wow.
I am. By the way, I am totally 100% honestly serious when I say this. I want to know his origin story. Like, if somebody knows, like, what went wrong that generated Hawes, that spawned Hawes? What happened? I mean, how do you turn out like Hawes? I mean, he's just always angry. He's never been happy before.
I will explain what happened with Hawes. Okay, so basically his father didn't want to take any risks, so he did his mom in the ass, but he did her too hard, caused a rupture, and his jizz just leaked right through in the other end.
Oh.
And that's why he's so fucked
we
up.
did not need.
I have I have an alternative explanation. I think you get Hawes when someone goes to McDonald's and they order some food and they mess it up, and you get back in the drive-through line and they mess it up again, and then you later go back inside, you confront them about the problem, and despite the fact that they're literally looking you in the eyes and they're repeating your order back to you, they still get it wrong for the third time, and then Hawes became a thing. And now he's out for blood.
I like my explanation for how Hawes became a thing.
No, I love how Kansik is just like, holy shit.
Yeah, holy shit.
It's almost like all the projection, rather all the bravado is just pure projection on
Look
his
at my
part.
picture now.
Yeah.
I feel like this is appropriate.
You think your empire's gonna come back?
Public support's pretty high.
No, he's like what the fuck do you know about culture? It's like, dude, what is your culture? What are you doing?
Like,
well,
we
according to him, it's Mongol
No.
culture plus some like random Turkish place that he thinks he's from.
It gets even better. It gets even better.
Yeah, the Mongol Empire, such culture, bro.
You triggered me and pissed me off this much, yo.
You're not supposed to admit that.
Holy shit.
No, he admitted he's triggered. Like he said that I had tormented him, that my followers had tormented him by basically adding him on Twitter, sending him tweets.
Let me just go over the list. Okay. So he admits he's triggered.
He admits he's triggered.
He admits, yeah, I'm chimping out. Like,
hey, what an L. What an L. Somebody needs
how
to make
many L's?
Somebody needs to make it Hawes posting his L's account on Twitter. And it's just
that'd be kind of redundant. His whole account is just L's. Like, holy shit.
You can. I don't know how you do it, but you can set up an account where it basically is a mirror of somebody else's account.
Oh wow!
Like I've seen that. Like I think somebody did that to me once. It was kind of funny. But if that's a real thing, somebody should do that to Hawes.
Yeah, Hawes posting,
and it's the Hawes posting his L. So literally everything he tweets.
Well, you can make a bot that just like if you know like a Python script. I don't know. Maybe if you use a site that does bots. I don't know. Maybe I can look into it.
His full name is Hawes AIDS.
Hawes AIDS. Oh man.
Has AIDS.
Yeah, let's continue.
You fucking scribe.
Oh, come on, streamer.
StreamYards doesn't appreciate what you're putting it through.
Shit. You're right, holy shit.
Hey man, yeah, I pay them, so they gotta put up with Hawes.
You triggered me and pissed me off this much, yo.
Yo.
Holy shit. You fucking scribe, you little bitch. You little.
Call him a scribe.
Man, Hawes is
an insult?
This is the freaking
insult. Wait, how's that an insult?
This is the longest Snickers commercial I've ever seen. And Snickers never comes out.
Hawes
the happy part, man.
Hawes hungry.
When does he just become normal Hassan after he bites into a Snickers bar?
Oh man.
Little cuck. What kind of fucking stream do you think you were walking into? Talking all that shit in our comments. You think I'm a nice leftist guy? You think I'm just some nice leftist guy?
Oh, we were never under that impression, my dude. Look at that face. Good lord.
Literally a fucking baboon. Holy fuck.
If you had an actor play Hawes in a film and you had them act this way, they would think that you were being hyperbolic.
That fucking face.
I think I'm a nice leftist guy.
This is the guy who's advocating that the Chinese government understands the people. This guy's compassionate face.
I feel very understood at the moment.
Yeah, when you
I
avoid
felt so
identity
heard with him.
politics by wiping out all other identities.
Oh my god, you're right. He does look like Ganondorf. That's a great comment. Holy shit.
Funny,
Wow.
'cause I just completed Ocarina of Time the other day.
You nailed it. You nailed it, Dallas. That's
Oh,
genius.
someone should get over to
literally-
Kevin's house and save him.
I'm literally gonna die.
I
I'm
literally
walking right now,
completed
dude.
that game
I-
like the other day. Like, I'm not even joking.
Okay.
Only a
Okay.
nerd would know about that game.
every time
Yeah, that's a fucking
every
great
time I'm
game.
about to stop laughing from face palming, I look up at the screen and
It starts all over again.
dude, look at that face.
It's like if you wanted like to make a villainous character in like a cartoon
He's a
about
cartoon
communism,
villain.
and it's
He's a
like this is
cartoon villain.
if he was a camp guard, if he was playing a camp guard in like a World War II movie for like, Auschwitz, I'd say like, dude, you're a little too evil.
It's too over the
Dial
top.
it back, be realistic about it.
Come on, they had normal emotions. They could hold it together a little bit. Come on, man. I know you're playing a psychopathic murderer, but man, like, come on. They still like the opera.
Dude, look at it. Look at that. Dude, he's seething. He's probably up right now and seething. He probably pulled an all-nighter with the Twitter notifications.
He has cartoonish angry lines over his face all the time. We can put an egg
Forehead
on his head and
veins.
cook it.
I'll eat you for breakfast.
Hands cock.
Eat you for breakfast.
This is
You
the
don't
face
know
you
the-
see 1 second before he asks you to speak with your manager.
Oh man, yeah, he's the biggest Karen on the internet. Oh my god, dude. That wow.
The fuck
You
I
don't
am.
tell me what to do. I'm going to tell you what to do. We're going to do this by my rules because I'm a bigger streamer.
He probably
than you.
he probably considers us obsessed with him now, and to a certain extent we are because this is the funniest thing we've ever found. But supposedly we're obsessed, despite the fact that he's legitimately angry at us. Like after this stream ends, I'm gonna go and eat like a sandwich or something.
Yeah. I'm gonna go and sleep. So
No, I see you. I think you're a Mongoloid. That's what you look
I am a
like.
Mongoloid. You're right. It is what I am, and I'm proud of being that.
Well, it's an anthropological term. It doesn't actually
Okay.
mean Mongol
Oh,
or
so what's your fucking
Mongolian.
point? You ugly.
irony, man. R/whoosh.
I mean, where do you even go from there? Yeah, I am a fucking mongoloid. What of it, bitch? Okay.
It is what I am.
No,
I don't want
that
those
is
green
what
eggs
you
and ham.
are.
No, that is
Green
what
eggs and ham.
that is what you are. Hello.
I think I am. I think I am.
Disgusting, fucking ugly, disgusting, fucking barbarian, smelly piece of shit.
By the way, he doesn't know what you look like. So ugly. Okay.
You want to talk racism? I can be way more racist than you, angry.
I believe that.
I
believe
believe it too. I think he is.
Truth.
Truth.
Angloid. What fucking civilizations did Angloids ever fucking?
Angloid.
You know what? He actually he not only does he look like Hassan Piker, he looks like Hassan Piker if with a beard, but then if you took the top half of his head, his forehead, and you just sort of removed half of it, and then you just sort of stuck the skull cap back on.
Amazing.
Have. It needed the Romans to fuck all of you in your ass to give you any civilization. The Romans gave you civilization. You never had any of your own.
Sorry, doesn't that then disprove his so stupid thing about the Mongols
About the
spreading
Mongols.
more
Yeah,
civilization
that's
than the Romans? Like the Romans show up to England for really not that long compared to other places, and England becomes like an actual kingdom with like, like an actual like system of government that then creates like what is like representative democracy. I'm like, that sounds pretty good. Like, what's Kazakhstan doing right now?
Well, here's the thing. Haas isn't that bright. Like I know I sound like a broken record, but He's not smart. He's actually dumb. I mean,
I've got a counter. I've got a counter to this. So the claim that Angloids have no culture, or rather the English have no culture, I will point you in the direction of Jay Turner's OnlyFans. You cannot tell me that is not culture, sir.
That's true. That's true. You have to pay for it.
We didn't even mention up to this point because you have to like pay money to even talk about it.
Yeah, you have to pay money. Yeah,
it might be behind a paywall.
Just like Haas had to do with Vosh to get that debate. So,
Angloid fucking barbarian, you smelly bitch.
Wait. Can someone make a meme? Can someone make a meme where it split screens and we'll just put out of context clips of Haas from one day yelling at Haas from another day?
Haas versus Haas.
Yeah, and just have them simultaneously screaming at each other. Because honestly, it would be so easy because he
guys,
out of context screams so often it doesn't matter.
I just posted a meme. That
It's
guy
like,
posted in the chat.
have you guys seen the white male?
Comparing him to Ganondorf. I decided to do a side by side. Let's put it on preview.
Oh no. Man. I don't think the internet can handle this.
This will
break the internet.
Oh man. It's good. It's good. Have you guys seen the white male remix? By the way, where it's like
white
male and the other was like, yeah.
This is even better if you actually remember the text, like that comes from this exact scene in this part of Ocarina of Time, because he's actually like screaming in all caps, like Ganondorf. He's like, "Curse you, Link! Curse you, Zelda! When I come back, I will exterminate you!" I'm not even joking. It's the same.
Pretty dang accurate.
No, that's a meme right there, dude. Haas, grow the hell up, dude. Oh man.
Curse you, Zelda.
You want to be racist? I could be way more racist toward you.
I'm sure, man.
No doubt.
You want to talk shit about Asians? What the fuck do you have on Asia, huh?
I have nothing.
You have nothing, because you're a cans cuck bitch, and now you're gonna submit to your Asian masters, and there's nothing you could do about it.
This is getting a little kinky. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes,
He's really
too kinky for YouTube.
He really likes telling Asian people what they think.
I know, dude. Look at Haas, dude. I
don't think Indians and Chinese are not a monolith. And Indians, like, India is not a monolithic country.
I'm not sure
China's
if this was McKay.
Not a monolithic country.
I'm not sure if this was McKay or this was Grayson, but who was the person who just like when he started talking about like Chinese culture, and then they started he started referencing the fact that China's called the Middle Kingdom translated, and it's like, okay, like I don't care. Like that literally doesn't mean it. He thinks that the meaning of like the name China equals like relevant.
Hey man, North Korea is officially Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So
because I think Grayson brought up the fact that like, hey, like, well, South Korea, Japan, like Singapore, they're Asian countries and they're representative democracies. They do totally fine.
Yeah,
he's like, but they're not the Middle Kingdom.
Yeah, that's literally what it means, Middle Kingdom. Apparently, like that's the etymology of China.
And it's like, okay, who cares? Like, did that mean something different when they were like a completely divided country that had like nothing going for it in like 1870?
It's just a historical term because it's historically, like, it's been at the center of the world, Silk Road and all that. It's just been a geographic term. It's not been like they haven't been the master race or anything like that. That's not been like the meaning.
Like their name for America is extremely complimentary. It doesn't mean that anything. It like, and at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything. It's a freaking name. Names exist.
Neocons exist, bro.
That's true.
Can't do a fucking thing about it.
You sound so unhinged. Holy shit.
I am unhinged.
Things you shouldn't admit.
He said he's unhinged twice.
3 L's. Okay, 4 L's. That's 4 L's because that's like 4 admissions of being fucking dumb. Like, what the fuck?
Like, you look at him thinking, like, oh, I just admitted that.
I like how all his people got upset that I would like time them out of the chat. If you look at his chat, all of us got timed out. So
I'm
just
banned from his
tit
Discord.
for tat, bro. I mean,
I'm literally banned from his Discord.
censorship.
Yeah. Amazing.
Freeze Peach.
I mean, really though, why would you want to be in that hellhole?
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, I got some people today to go onto his Discord and then just start recording stuff. Like, don't get yourself kicked, just record things.
Ooh, they don't know who to trust now.
Yeah, I'm just dropping that little bombshell.
You're right.
You'll never know.
Dude, you always sound this way. Like I fucking.
Oh yeah,
heard
then
that
why are you
debate-
here watching me, supporting me with your views, huh? Why?
You-
What difference do you think you're gonna make? What difference do you think you're gonna make?
It's like he's admitting he's
I
a
don't-
monster.
think I'm gonna make a difference.
You
like-
mumbling Anglo bitch. So why are you here?
I was
If
eating
you're
my
not gonna
crap
make a
dinner.
difference, why are you
Why
spending your time
like
in
a
such a
mumbling?
way so as to confirm the fact in your own head, which you've confirmed, that you don't think it's gonna make any difference at all?
You
Why
can
are
tell
you
he's
here?
autistic with all the fucking hand gestures and shit, because that's what autistic people do. And
well,
I'm
for one,
autistic, and that's what I do. Like I know this shit. I think it's funny. No,
Oh,
but
it's funny, so it
watch
does make a difference. It gives you laughs, so it does make a difference. Let's start from there. You fucking idiot. Learn how to argue, dumb bitch.
It's giving us laughs right now.
I
Yeah.
just love that.
Yeah,
Learn how to argue.
You learn how to
The reason I
argue
wasn't
like
even
me.
laughing. Like I was multitasking. I wasn't even paying attention half the time.
He's
All the
not
delayed
worth it.
responses.
He's not worth it.
I was managing the wiki.
This is honestly worth it because just go in there and just like say some like vague things in opposition to him, and the freak out will be worth it. It takes no imagination. You can just say one little thing he doesn't like, and he's gonna go on a 10-minute unhinged rant.
Absolutely.
It's like, hey, Haz, I don't think that's quite right, and then he'll just like go on for like 20 minutes. About
Learn how to
how
argue,
that's just
bitch.
You're good. Nerd.
Learn how to speak.
Rule one in Haz's school of debating is be the one in control of the stream, so you can just yell over the person. Dude, you failed to be the person running the stream. What an idiot.
Yeah. What an idiot. You lose. My chat agreed I dominated you.
Huh? What? What?
It gives you laughs. I don't hear you laughing now. I heard you try to fake laugh. You fucking mumbling, stumbling bitch. Cans cuck bitch. I shit on your cans cuck.
I can't get over how like immature he is. I mean, because it's funny because we had a like we were laughing at how dumb Kyle was the other day. Kyle is like PhD level smart compared to this guy. I mean,
Well,
he
Kyle at
really
least
is the
attempts
bottom
to
of the
use
barrel. I
words
mean,
that,
that's
like people
this
can
is the
understand.
dirtbag left. This is the dirtbag left right here. This is the face of the dirtbag left. How
This is
he
what the
in
next
law-
Bernie's gonna look like.
I
Yeah, the
hope this
next
guy gets a
Bernie.
million subs one day.
Oh Jesus! No, thank you.
I want more reaction videos though, because we're having to make our own.
I know, right?
I shit.
Somebody will.
But that's
do it.
because he's a nobody. He's a small monkey.
Oh no, you're not big time, bro.
Big monkey, small monkey.
Shit on your canzook. Fuck your canzook.
You are a
I shit
small
on it.
penis monkey.
You fucking coping bitch. It's nothing but a fucking cope.
I mean, he's so
I
triggered by just your fucking name.
Just his existence. No. Just Kanzik's mere existence. He's triggered by him.
Yeah,
You know
he
what? That
put me in
actually,
the thumbnail. He put my fucking.
I
thing in the
know, dude.
thumbnail.
Rent free, dude. Rent free, dude.
because earlier in the stream before Kenza came on, and neoconservative, what's his face? You know, we've had him on
Unilateral
neocons, but he was on neoconservative unilateralist expansionist or whatever. So Haz kept reading his name, and he was pissed.
Yes.
He was pissed that was the guy's name.
Yeah, he's like neo cuckler conservative. I'm sure this guy would spell unilateralist the same way that Dragon did. Unalaturism. Okay.
I added you to a list.
Unalautism. That's what it was. Unalautism. Okay, let's go.
This is pretty funny.
But I don't hear you laughing.
It's because we
So
saved
start
the last for now.
Yeah.
Laughing at least.
Huh?
Yeah.
Is that-
I
is
can
that good
sense
enough
your
for you?
shock, and I can sense your fear.
Fear.
Not necessarily the same thing. Maybe shock that
I
such
smell
a
your
fucking barbarian is
pheromones.
real.
Like shocked that you're this dumb.
Oh, it's entertaining.
Oh, it is entertaining? You feel entertained, is that it? You feel entertained? And who's the bitch in front of 300 people right now?
There wasn't even 300 people watching his stream. There's like
he
80.
He just called himself
Well,
a bitch.
How many people
who's
are on
got
Twitch?
the majority public support, Haas?
He has
Probably gets right there,
1,100
probably.
followers on Twitch. There's no way he had 300 people watching. There's
Yeah, how many people are in the Kansas countries? And look at these numbers.
those are imperialist cooks.
Look, these are imperialist numbers, but you know what? You live in the imperialist Anglo world, so you gotta live with that.
He hates Anglos. He hates them like the
It's
lawyer.
also, the thing is, he's not even like he's trying to reform the country from inside. He's like, oh, I want to lead a revolution in like America, or I want to like change the political system. He just wants America to be wrecked. So it's like legitimately just move to China. It's not even like a gotcha. It's like, you hate it here. Why don't you?
Why not just leave, dude? Nobody's forcing you to stay here. Like, he can leave.
And he is in America, correct? I don't actually think I heard anything about that.
He's in America.
In America. Yeah, no, you should leave. Because it's a country with too many fucking Anglos, bro. Anglo overload.
Amazing.
One's in the chat if he's the bitch.
If my chat agrees with me, it must be so.
If you're in the chat, you lose. If you're the stream hoster, you win.
Oh, that's a good system.
Later on, when he was debating Grayson, he was like, "It is. I see. I do like democracy. Look at my chat, democracy."
Womp,
He's
womp.
Yeah, when it works for If your me, chat says that's when it's good. But when it doesn't work for me, like that's when it's not good.
yeah, amazing.
It must be true.
Of course it's true then. You're the one who's fucking here. You stumbled into this community, you little bitch. And I don't see one, not a single two. Not a single two.
That's because you banned all of us. Like,
That's
what
right.
the fuck were you? I was in timeout like over half the time.
Yeah, and a bunch of other people were as well.
I went and asked my mom if I'm her favorite son, and she said yes. Kansas, you don't even amount
My mom
to
said
anything.
I'm a success.
No, but she wouldn't even say that because, she's probably ashamed of his.
Oh,
of
his
her son.
parents are embarrassed of his existence. They're like, dude, you're gonna get kicked out of law school if you keep this shit up.
His mother had to adopt another son. They only had one actual child, so they had to adopt someone else so they could say that someone else was their favorite child.
He's a literal mutated butt baby. Like, holy fuck.
This guy, he's like a black hole vortex vacuum. guys, of ideas.
He's like a Dyson. Man.
He's like a Ganondorf.
Yeah, I made sure to ping those.
Oh, there's Henry in the chat. I see him.
Yeah, when I tweeted that out, I made sure to ping. Is ping the right term? Or at both Hawes's account and at Ganondorf.
Is there an official Ganondorf account?
I don't think it's not official, but there's just an account called Ganondorf.
I mean, if there wasn't, that would really be a missed opportunity. So good on them. I'm still pissed that someone has the @Reese account.
That's
Come
right.
on. Hand it over.
Cuck. What do you think you're gonna do? You're gonna revive your old empire? Is that what you think? Is that what you fucking think? You think that's gonna work out?
I identify
All of you
with
combined are
American
not gonna be
identity
nothing.
more than like British identity, to be honest.
Yeah, sure.
Of course you won't. You financier parasite. You're not going to be the colonist with the big whip anymore, and it's only that big whip that ever fucking got you anywhere, and you don't have that whip no more.
If you ask most,
the whip you use
most
to subjugate,
Canadians, like if they identify with Americans more, like they'll probably say yes.
Well, I mean that's evidence on, besides the leadership, you have the bulk of the Canadian government condemning China. I imagine if you approach a random Canadian person on the street, what do you think about this cultural genocide? No, it's based, man. They're keeping they're keeping the homogenous society. That's good, man.
Dude, there's cultural tolerance in China, but everything has to be about the one people. Like, he contradicts himself so often. He says like, oh, but the Chinese society is good because it's all about the one people as a homogenous group. But then he tries to claim that no, but there's tons of different cultures in China and they're all allowed to do blah 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 blah. They can do whatever they want.
I just had a thought. Imagine like a Zelda game where Ganondorf is just a streamer and he keeps like DMing Link like about how he's gonna take the Triforce of Power.
Hey Link, I know where you are.
I know where you are, Link.
Are you
scared? Come on and debate me.
I don't want to throw a bucket of water on the stream, but we're almost at the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, we are going to have to wrap this up. This part's almost over, so
let's just try and plow
and
through.
enslave the peoples and masses of the world. You don't have that no more. All you have is your stupid fucking islands and a bunch of lazy fucks who don't have any industry, don't have any substantive civilization, don't have any real basis of any real economy.
Which whip?
Which whip? The British Empire's whip. Start with that.
All right, where should we start?
From the founding of the British Empire to its decline.
All right, sure.
You don't have it anymore. America took it, and now America's is breaking.
All right, how's it breaking?
How's it breaking? Wake the fuck up, idiot. America already fucking lost.
All right, how's it?
Because of Mr. Potato Head,
Go ask
right?
the New York Times and Time Magazine. They're the ones who
I
keep
love how he
fucking talking
references
about
them
it.
as like credible
Russia-
sources on like the state of America.
They hate America, dude. They simp China.
That's like taking a Fox News headline from like Tucker Carlson, and he's like, "Oh, America's going down the drain because of Thabies or something like that." I'm like, we're all dead in the water. All the movies are just about Thabies these days. This is why Russia's winning.
Oh man.
Definitive proof.
Just took a shit in your mouth when it invaded Syria, and you couldn't do a fucking thing about it. Want to start there? China is making deals all over the fucking world, and there's nothing you could do about it. China's economy is on track.
I mean, we
to
could do
surpass
something
America.
in Syria. We just choose not to.
Yeah, like
That doesn't mean that we've lost our capacity to do so.
This guy's got a really big obsession with fecal matter.
Oh,
I shit in
know.
your mouth, a mannequin.
I find it interesting that he admits that Syria has no sovereignty. Like, Russia invaded Syria.
That's true.
not the word I would use, but hey, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, he's one of the first people to admit that Putin invaded Syria. Oh well, so
I guess in a way they did because they usurped Assad's sovereignty. Push you to the side, puppet.
He supports it, so amazing.
In fucking no time. And the people of the world are getting sick and fucking tired of American military unipolarity, and it's not gonna fucking last. America couldn't deal with a virus like fucking COVID when China already fucking handled the whole situation. And while the rest of the world is recovering, America still hasn't. 1 year in, a failed civilization, a dying civilization, which for 4 years
to be
had
fair, we have a
Donald
bunch of
fucking
morons,
Trump
so.
as its president, who took a big shit in the mouth of the deep state that upholds that empire. And for 4 fucking years, they were humiliated. All those fucking people in the media, all of those fucking propagandists of the American empire, humiliated for 4 years! You gonna ask me why America's in decline?
I think they like the ratings.
Why would you reference Trump if you're like supporting China? Like, he was terrible for China's economy.
He likes.
They were like
gold.
having problems like inside the government of like, gee, what the hell are you doing? Stop pissing off Trump because he's actually like destroying our industries.
He thinks he likes Trump because he sees Trump as like
Makes America
burning-
look bad.
yeah, burning down America. That's what he likes about him. So
Not
What
getting
is he
into
just?
the
What's he? He's acting like Trump's an embarrassment, and like I guess you can say that, but like, dude, you act like if you just distilled out Trump's angriest bit.
That's true. I mean, Trump is the most coherent person on earth compared to Oz.
oh yeah, no, Haas is an angry fellow. So
Understatement of the fucking millennium.
Then sure, all that's true.
Okay. So it was a stupid question. to
Kansak's
ask,
not
now,
even
wasn't it?
fucking
'Cause
trying
you
at
knew what
this
I was
point.
talking about.
Wait, hold on, pause. I think you skipped over a part.
Yeah, but
I said, like, if you read only the Global Times, then sure, that's all true. I think you skipped over that.
yeah, we have to I have to go to bed very shortly. I got to be up in a few hours, but
No, just skip to the end because it's like.
Yeah.
And even
talking
your
about
elites
your
are
ass.
admitting it, and they're
Just-
scrambling for solutions.
Yeah,
Cope!
just
There is no solution.
just cope. No, I mean America has way more vaccines out than the Chinese do.
Doesn't
I mean,
fucking matter.
American
America's still reeling from this virus. Doesn't matter how many fucking vaccines they have. China recovered. America didn't.
We're gonna be
China
done with the
opened up
virus
before anybody
by
else
the end
in
of
the
the year,
world.
honestly.
Also,
Yeah.
like China sort of had to like they literally were making like
Okay,
thousands
it's
of
not
funeral
significant. It's
urns
not
in
significant to you,
Wuhan
Cans Cuck?
to cover up the and they
British
weren't
imperial
announcing
How many
it.
times
Cans
has he
Cuck?
said
It's not
cans
significant
cuck?
to you?
it's Haas.
No, not really.
No, not really.
I'm gonna
No, but
make
you're
a
just
video
here to
on
talk
this.
shit.
I'm gonna
standing
do a
on
lot of
nothing, on
editing,
thin air.
make-
You have
do a lot of
nothing to
memes.
support yourself.
I think
as
I'm gonna
human
add a
being.
counter.
You are
A
nothing.
cans
You are
cuck
nothing.
counter, like in the corner or something. Oh, I got
Ding.
craft dinner here. It's pretty good.
Your whole identity, your whole persona, everything you rep and stand for is ash. You're nothing.
How does that even follow? Have you ever tried putting smokies on craft dinner?
And you're
It's a good
coping
way
now because you just got fucked.
Have you ever tried putting Smokies on craft dinner after he's like, "You're nothing, you're Ash." Yeah,
Like I was like, oh, your entire persona's ash, and it's like, what are you
Gotta
talking about?
catch
Your
'em all.
persona, like, Kanzuk, very,
Gotta catch
very
them all.
well
Gotta
known,
catch them all.
very well known
Catch 'em
YouTuber with
all,
like 7
Pokemon.
million viewers. I'm like, he's acting like there's no
Pokemon's-
insult to Kanzuk, but I like how he's acting like he's defeated some like dragon. It's like, dude,
yes.
Kanzuk, who started his YouTube channel like a couple weeks
He
ago,
probably thinks I'm like some Anglo like lion dragon motherfucker. Like I'm Kanzuk. I'm like trying to revive the empire. He's like fucking mentally deranged. He probably thinks I'm actually like fucking insane.
Well, he
He's
very much has this
projecting.
idea like, we need to destroy, we're going to make them suffer a week of torment. They must be destroyed. It's just like, I
Like,
thought you didn't care. I thought
He
this was
acts
small
this
time.
way in serious debates. I wasn't even trying, yet he acted this way. Like he probably like imagine if I acted serious. Like he probably was genuinely pissed off by the prospect of my mere existence based off my name.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that's how much.
Well,
he
I mean,
hates
we've seen
Anglo.
that.
Yeah, that's true.
This
Just
is not an
my
act, people.
name pissed him off that much. He had to put me in the fucking thumbnail and say Kanscook like 9,000 times.
Amazing.
This guy must watch those like Ben Shapiro destroys compilations. He's like, what is he doing? He's not even trying. He's not even throwing stuff at them.
Amazing.
Fucked up. You just got fucking skull fucked. And you're gonna
Kinky.
dream about me, and you're gonna think about me when you go to sleep, and you're gonna think about me in the middle of your day. You're gonna think about how I dominated you.
Projection. He's thinking about
all
us.
day raging about
He's
us.
thinking about us right now, dude. Like,
And every shortcoming and failure you have in life, remember it was me. When that girl rejects you, it was because of me. I took your manhood from you.
Jokes
Yeah,
on
you
him.
did
They
think
were
about
already
it.
rejecting
Yeah.
me.
No, I traumatized.
self-burn.
I traumatized you. Every shortcoming you ever feel as a man is because of me tonight.
We're gonna get
Because you
Kanzik a mail
composed
order
your own
bride.
in public in the view
This
of
is
300
bullshit.
people against me. When you're walking on the street and girls don't look your way anymore, it's because I took your
They never
charm
did.
from you. I took your
I bet girls look
masculinity from
at
you,
Haas
and I
all the
made you
time
a
though.
bitch.
I want a movie
They're
now.
like-
where
Obviously
like,
they
what
do.
happened
Kanzik is trying
I
his
mean,
charm back.
like in Zelda, like all the bitches look at Ganondorf. Like he's the king of the Gerudo tribe. An all-female tribe.
Damn, look at that boy.
Kans cuck.
Huh?
Huh? Okay. Any last words, bitch?
Nothing.
Because you just got fucking wrecked.
I
got a
was
couple
editing
questions.
PHP
What's your
code at
question?
that time, so
No.
I couldn't respond.
No, but you had a
initially.
question, yeah.
2 questions.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, first of all, are Americans pirates?
Arr.
Oh, he
Are
doesn't
Americans
respond
pirates?
initially
That's your
first
question?
either.
That's the first
What's the context
question.
of your question?
Well, you're in your debate.
Since when did he care about context?
Americans are like a bunch of pirates.
Yeah, I compared the nature of American intervention in other countries compared to countries like China. The way America does it is fucking ad hoc from nowhere without proper context, without civilizational mutual interaction, mutual history, and mutual dialogue. America are the equivalent of fucking pirates who come out of nowhere and just steal your shit. That was the context of what I said. Next
Arg
question.
me hearties.
Shiver me timbers.
Walk the plank.
Listen to this.
My second question would be,
What's law school like?
What's law school like? I can't keep track because my cock is always in your fucking mother's mouth and she won't let loose. Goodbye, bitch!
I got kicked.
I
from
guess
the
that's a
Discord
good
at that
note to
time.
end the
Cocksucker,
stream
what do you
on.
want? Bitch, speak! Speak, you
So,
bitch!
Is this the show where someone goes through his insanity?
What do you want, cocksucker? What the fuck do you want?
I just want to know why you're such an idiot. I mean, you claim you like the Mongols, yet they only last 100 years. I mean,
They only last 100 years. They only last
Okay. Like we'll have to save some more of Haas for another night. I'm tired, man. Like Haas takes forever to respond to. He's such a lolcow.
Yeah.
Clearly, we're just obsessed. He lives rent free in our heads, and we can't
In
stop
our
thinking
heads,
about him.
though.
As we watch
already
clips of him screeching about
humiliated
us.
him enough tonight. I mean, we compared him to fucking Ganondorf.
He's not even cool enough to be Ganondorf, but he looks like Ganondorf, so fair enough.
I mean, I don't know. At least Ganondorf could take the Triforce.
Dude, that rage though, that's him every day. Every day.
In that
dude.
exact same cutscene, Ganondorf was using all caps and said he would exterminate Link's descendants.
He actually looks a lot like Vosh on steroids, I think. They kind of
Yeah, Vosh
have
plus
similar-
Hassan.
Yeah,
And you only take out
Their
the angry
illegitimate
bits.
love child.
Dude. Like,
Can
dude.
we should tag them both on Twitter and say, "Hey, come on, guys, come on, pick up your son."
Dude, look at him, dude. I mean, the rage.
Dial it down, son.
Imagine being a communist in 2021. Dude.
Imagine being a stand for Kim Jong Un.
Oh my god. Yeah, unironically.
No, we're calling him King Jong-un. That's Haas's nickname.
Dude, I gotta go to bed. Normally we do closing remarks and stuff. I'm just too tired and I gotta be up early. I think, we're over 4 hours. It's over 4 hours. Haas, Friday, 6 p.m. Dude, get it together. If that doesn't work, we'll work out a different time. We're going to debate.
Dictating terms.
Yeah. Oh, I am dictating terms. Deal with it. God.
Kevin is big monkey now. Look at me. I am the monkey now.
He's got the big ears.
I have big ears.
Big monkey has big ears.
Big ears. Big ears. Big monkey.
Big ears dominate.
Yeah. You know what they say about big ears. So we're gonna roll out. So You know,
Big W, by the way, doing the podcast, making him wait all night.
yes.
And then he thinks, oh, finally, I get to talk to Kevin
He
Castley.
waited 6 hours for us to get back from the intermission, and then we went and looked at Kyle, and he lost it, man.
Dude, we cucked you so fucking hard.
He was complaining about how he felt emasculated. You weren't here, Reese, earlier. You were on a break, but I was saying how he was complaining on the stream how he felt completely emasculated by how it was going to be on my terms when it was going to happen, that we were going to work out a time that worked for both of us. So he felt that in order to assert his masculinity, he would say it has to be tonight at this time when I'm already streaming. And he said, no, I have to do it. Otherwise, it'll look like he's cucking me, basically.
I mean, at that point, your masculinity is so fragile. If that's all it takes to be emasculated, the jokes write themselves.
He must get told that this is a Wendy's a lot.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
What a meme. What a meme, dude. Dude, Haas, dude, you need to calm down, dude. You're literally gonna have a stroke at this rate.
Asking Haas to calm down is like asking.
No. I'm not asking him. I'm telling him, dude. Like you're literally gonna have a stroke,
to him.
dude. I am
you're dictating to him.
Dictating to him right now. Oh, isn't it
dictatorial.
Funny? He doesn't like dictators when it's us, but he likes dictators when it's
hey guys, confirm that the Anglo Slayer account is just him.
Wait, you confirmed it?
It's confirmed that the Anglo Slayer account's just him because he just responded me saying a beautiful stream for me to shit on.
Oh, it's Haas. It's Haas. It's all Haas, dude. That girl, that Mongoloid girl thing, that's Haas too. I guess
that account made some weird threat, or not a threat, but some really weird cringe tweet yo, this isn't a game anymore. You better apologize for wasting our time.
Yeah, that's Haas. That's Haas right there. That's him.
I wasn't aware that account, he had a few socks. I wasn't aware that one was one of his socks, though.
No, I said it before. My hawks are based and real. His socks are fake and cringe. Deal with it, Haas. Get on my level, bitch. So, because I know he's going to watch this stream, obviously. So, anyway, I got to roll out. I'm a tired pirate, so I'll be back to steal more booty tomorrow night.
Back to plunder.
The plunder. I know we got a debate tomorrow night. I'm not sure how I'm debating. I'll have to look into that again, but I know I got a debate lined up tomorrow. So, and it's not with Haas because Haas has to wait in line. So, but thanks to everybody for coming on tonight, and to Haas, seethe. Okay, have a good night, everybody. Also, check out my Patreon, Ko-Fi, and PayPal. Stay based.
Peace.